one of the great women who fought, but not just for equity and parity in women, but also in sports. She said, if a boy can do it, a girl can do it. She may run a tick slower, but she can run. She may jump a couple of inches lower, but she can still jump. And for all those women on this list, those spirits who still are active in this town, Swin, and for you guys, know that this is long overdue. And my niece, Sharice Thomas, who was an all-state track athlete, had these programs been around then, many of them, those women would not have been pushed out of sports. They'd still be in sports in some form or another, and their greatness would be even more highlighted. So thank you guys, what a blessing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Green.
I thank you all also for the work that you're doing. Certainly the Women in Sports Summit, I'm just honored that it's going to be here in New Orleans and starting next Monday, right?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, all right. And feel free to share with the public how we can participate and how members can, members of the public can come down. But I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing, bringing the summit here, but to work in general to recognize women in sports and how important it is for us to focus on those women who are involved with the sports industry, not only as players, but also as managers, as directors of development, director of operations and the like. My daughter was, and is still involved with sports. She was the state champion in gymnastics, when she was a high school student and went on to LSU and chose to take her sports career to medical school. So she's now in medical school, but still works out. But the bottom line is that she also is very focused on recognizing the important role that women play in the development of sports in our nation. And I'm just so excited that next Tuesday, the Women in Sports Summit starts right here in New Orleans. And I look forward to participating in any way that I can. And Swin, to point you out, just thank you for all that you do in our community. I mean, just for the fact that you're not just involved with the internal workings of the Pelicans operations, but you're bringing it out to the community. And this is a great example. So pleased that New Orleans is the first to host this summit and look forward to watching it grow. Congratulations and thank you all.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morrell.
I know that you guys have time to listen. Time is money, and listening to politicians speak for too long is expensive. Real quick, I really appreciate Swin, everything that you guys have done throughout the city to support sports, particularly for kids. I know in my work I've done, as well as Councilman Thomas, 18th Ward, the Pelicans, the Saints have been tremendous supporters, and it's really important that we give accolades when you do that outreach in the community that isn't really highlighted too often, because you do it quietly, but you make sure it's done. When I look at the host of women that you have going to this summit, I am going to struggle to get a lot of autographs. But I think it's tremendous you're having this event here. I think it's tremendous you're highlighting the availability of a real life vocation in sports and athletics for women. Because I think that there is not enough expressed. I know that it's kind of understood that whenever a male athlete completes their career, they have another job waiting for them and the broadcast booth or somewhere else. And there's not enough emphasis given that there is tremendous interest in all types of athletics across the spectrum. And there are just as many opportunities available for women in sports or interested in sports to excel. So thank you for highlighting this. Thank you for having this event here. It's tremendous. And I think I'm under time, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Councilmember King.
Ms. Cash and your team, thank you for what you do to highlight women in sports. I think that's very something that needs to be highlighted more. Let me say that, and I will be at the reception with my daughters next week, so they can see women in sports, not just playing sports, but actually behind the scenes and making things happen that they don't always get credit for. So thank you for your work in the community, and thank you for what you do year round. And I look forward to being there next week.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies, just seeing your faces being so powerful and leaders in your sport and arena is just amazing. I can tell you that I was like Shanika, sports adjacent. I don't. We're doing a flag football team that I'm a bit nervous about, but I'm ready for it. But I did serve as outside counsel for the Pelicans and Saints, and seeing somebody like Vicky Newmeyer, who is legal counsel for the Saints and a woman who's an expert in her field, working with her and seeing her was so necessary for me to advance my career. And so putting together this roster of fabulous women, and I see one man, is just amazing. I'm trying to see if I can move some things to actually go and attend. But I just thank you so much for this. I know that Councilmember Moreno and I focus on women's leadership in various different forms, and this is just so necessary, especially right now at this time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Drews.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see y'all. When you said you want to focus on kinship, and I think that's a more elegant way of saying what I'm going to say, which is I think so much we want to focus purely on what you know or what you can do, but we need the who to help us. And that's what you're trying to build out here is no person, whether you're a man or woman, accomplishes what you do without other people opening doors for you. I think Councilmember Morel made the point that there's an infrastructure, sometimes and particularly in sports, inherently built for men, whether it's through coaching or getting into broadcasting or learning how to do something or having special camps, and that whether it's through Title IX or through other ways that women and girls are always a step behind. So I really applaud the effort to try and create this infrastructure where it's both a formal and informal mentoring process. So women who are starting out can have places to move up. So girls know that there is a pathway forward and that you're using your cachet to help make all this happen and bring all these people. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So once again, we're so excited about the summit. We do have a proclamation for you, which I'll present to you next week. But for now, let's go ahead and take a quick photo together.
Can I give just one
Sure.
last thing? And I just want to tell the public that you can go to she'sgottime.com/summit to learn more about not only the platform, but if there are still a few tickets that are left, if you'd like to come and participate. And we thank you all so much. And we look forward to seeing you all there as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
I sure can. I'll help you.
All right, let's get nice and tight.
I am, and I need to say hi to me.
The second order of business is a presentation, New Orleans Drag Queens, Debbie with AD, Alexa Milano, and Vanessa Carr Kennedy, recognizing the importance of local drag during Pride Month and year-round.
Good morning, y'all. So excited. You don't even know. One of the perks about being a city council member is that we can recognize our local lights and just people who contribute to the community during this time. And I just wanted to honor you all today. Just so you know, just so the community knows, the folks sitting here before you are fierce advocates for the gay community. They lead story time for children. They mentor young people who are trying to figure out their identities, and they provide support for one another. But most of all, they bring us joy. You personally bring me joy. New Orleans is an over 300-year-old community, and I can tell you that New Orleans has probably had drag for that long. Carnival allowed people to try on costumes, to try on new identities, and openly be who they were, even if it was just for a day or a week. In the 1950s, Black queens like Barbie Marchand and Patsy Vidalia performed alongside early R&B stars like Little Richard and emceed drag shows at the historic Dewdrop Inn in Central City. In the 1960s, gay social aid clubs like the crew of Amon Ra, the crew of Petronius were formed, becoming the first official gay Mardi Gras cruise and celebrating with drag balls and crowning generations of queens. That tradition continues today with the crew of Armenius, and you can learn more about the history of those early clubs by watching Tim Wolf's documentary, Sons of Tennessee Williams. I don't want to ignore the fact that Black drag culture has given us queens like Katie Red and Big Frida, and we cannot forget the most famous or infamous New Orleans queen, Bianca Del Rio, who won season 6 of RuPaul's Drag Race, of which I'm a fan. And let me just say, I wasn't going to say this, but I'm going to say it. During my campaign, I would have to hype myself up because I'm not a natural politician. And my hype song was Sissy That Walk. And you have to listen to the lyrics because it really did hype me up and still does today. So I'd like for you all to introduce yourselves and tell us about your advocacy and everything that you do in our community, so that people can know and understand how important you are, your advocacy work, and just your being here in our community.
Start since I'm on the right. My name is Vanessa Carr Kennedy. First of all, thank you very much for having us here. This seems like it's cutting edge for you guys to invite some drag queens here. We promise to not be too fabulous for you this morning, but that's going to be very difficult to do. And thank you very much. The question is what do we do for advocacy? And I think right now, specifically because we're hearing that there are bans, there's states are trying to ban drag queens. I think it's important that you know, if you don't personally know a drag queen, more of what we do other than just showing up at a club and lip syncing. We are entertainers, first of all. We work at bars and restaurants, not just gay bars. We work at a lot of straight bars and a lot of straight restaurants. Entrepreneurs, many of us produce our own shows. This young lady just produced a show that funded, I think you just told me $3,700 for $3,500 total. $3,500 for a benefit. None of the queens that showed up got paid a dime. It all went to a company that takes care of children with autism. Has almost nothing to do with the LGBT community other than we showed up and people showed up to give us money for that cause. we are activists. We started being activists. We were illegal when we were activists. We may be illegal again, but we will not go away. We will continue to be activists. We are educators. I personally have done professional development at 2 of our local hospitals, and I just was the keynote speaker at the Veterans Administration. And so we are there to make sure that their constituency, their employees are seen and heard and appreciated. Fundraising, LGBT churches. This I wasn't gonna pop my fan, but this was given to me by an organization called Bounce to Zero. Bounce to Zero is an organization that is designed in its design and in its mission is to lower the number of Black men in the state of Louisiana, which is the highest raising number of people affected with AIDS in this state. That's not just LGBT young Black men, that's all Black men. All right, so we don't just twirl, although we twirl fabulously, especially these girls, they twirl fabulous. So I'm just gonna end with asking you, why would you ban drag queens? Why would anybody drag queens? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vanessa Carr. And I'm going to actually piggyback on a lot of what you said. We are activists. We are people that give to the community because we understand what it feels like to be invalidated, to feel just ostracized and exiled from a community that is not necessarily built for us. I may dress up in drag and in costume and twirl and have a good time, but my day job, I'm a behavioral therapist that caters for kids with autism. We basically make sure that they understand their emotions and able to exhibit them in a very healthy manner so that they can go back to the public schools. I work for the Center of Resilience and the prison program, and we are one of the only schools that cater as a nonprofit organization services for children in public schools. So it's like we are here to not only inspire, but also educate children and make sure that they are the future of our country. I also, as Vanessa just said, I wanted to help and make sure that they get the right resources. And so I did my first producing show for a benefit, and that's like philanthropy right here. I'm going to be doing it annually. I also advocate for Arab Americans. I myself am a child of immigrant parents, and my legal name is very Arab. And after 9/11, it was quite discerning. I felt very, it was a dark time. And one of the things that really stood out to me and actually saved my life was drag. The community itself, it is so welcoming, it is so loving. It's like mentorship, a family. I myself am a proud drag mother now of a child that has been doing drag for 5 years, producing her own shows. So it's more than just putting on makeup and a dress. It is a community, it is love. It is a close-knit tie between artists lifting each other up. The city of New Orleans is such an artistic city, and it's great to see that drag is thriving. And it's really, really sad to see how this ban is taking over our nation when we're just trying to be ourselves and express our emotions and our deepest thoughts to people just so they can relate to us. So I appreciate you having us here, and it brings me so much joy to see how we are moving forward. And I'm trying to hold back a lot of tears, so I'm going to push it through to Ms. Debbie.
Hi, all. Thank you for having us today. Thank you for mentioning the crew of Arminius. I am a member of that crew. My name is Debbie with a D. I work in public health. I have a master's from Tulane University, and I managed an HIV STI testing clinic for 10 years, but left that job last summer to go drag full time because it started to pay enough, which is wild. But I still take those testing services and partner with clinics to do education and outreach in the community. I'm not super eloquent like these ladies are off the cuff, so I wrote a quick speech that I'm going to read, but it's only like 3 minutes or less. Unlike my lip syncs, I practiced this one. Today we gather here not merely as witnesses of Pride Month, but as creators of a future that promise not just tolerance, but unabashed celebration of our shared humanity. Today and every day, we embark on a journey that transcends the limitations of prejudice and fear, emboldened by the indomitable spirit of love and community. In a world that too often restricts self-expression, Drag performers challenge societal norms and inspire people to embrace their authentic selves. Through our artistry and performances, we've transformed stages into spaces of empowerment, celebration, and safety. That is because historically, drag kings and queens are not just entertainers. We are the bold ambassadors of acceptance, champions of change, and often lead the charge in our community's fight for equality and in access to healthcare. If we hated attention so much, we wouldn't be pursuing a life in the spotlight. There's the camera, so I'm at W with a D on Instagram. During this Pride Month, it's crucial to acknowledge that the struggle for equality is far from over. Transgender individuals continue to face increasing levels of discrimination, violence, marginalization, and access to healthcare. Like I mentioned a minute ago, I have a master's in public health from Tulane, and I want to reiterate the multiple studies that have shown that transgender youth are more likely to consider or attempt suicide in general, but are at less risk for depression and suicidal behaviors when able to access gender-affirming care. It's important to make the distinction that not all drag performers are transgender, and not all transgender people are drag performers. However, we do stand together in demanding justice, respect, equal rights, and healthcare access for all. Together, let us pen or voice to text a new narrative, one that celebrates the full kaleidoscope of human existence. And as we take this leap of faith, let us remember that history favors the bold, and it's our audacity to dream of a better world that will forever shape the course of our collective destiny. In closing, this Pride Month, let us remember that embracing diversity not only enriches our society, but also fosters innovation, progress, and creates a brighter future for all of us. When we create an environment where everyone feels valued and accepted, we unlock the full potential of our community. The opposite is also true. So in the spirit of pride, I invite everyone to take this moment to audit your own motivations and work, and more importantly, the fruit of that work. If people feel less value, less safe, and become targets because of your labor, consider that you may be working against the full potential of your own community. In closing, I recently returned from Pride in Missoula, Montana, and I want to use my drag voice in support of Zoe Zephyr's voice, a transgender woman who was silenced and banned from speaking in her role as a state representative, and repeat her on the topic of access to gender-affirming healthcare and transgender youth suicide rates. Wherever you are in the country, if you vote or work against gender-affirming care, I hope the next time there's an invocation, when you bow your heads in prayer, you see the blood on your hands. Let her speak. This is Pride. So together, let us craft a future where equality reigns supreme and the light of our shared humanity illuminates even the darkest corners. Thank you for having us. Happy Pride.
Here, here.
We're here. Yes, yes, cool. Hi, everyone. Hey, City Council, everyone else. Thanks for having us here. We're celebrating Pride Month. For me, Pride Month is every month, is every day, is every year. Part of me feels that Pride Month in June is the last month that I want to celebrate being queer. What it makes me want to do is protest. And thinking about this, what would be really special is if we could do more of these special orders of business outside of Pride Month with a more diverse table of people. In this city, we are overflowing with drag kings, burlesque performers. A huge population of these performers are Black and people of color. Everyone needs to be represented. So my name is Maxwell. I don't think I said that yet. Affectionately known as April May. And I'm a big gay baby. And I'm a trans person, and I'm a drag advocate. So this is shockingly not my first time early morning in drag at a legislative hearing. It's actually my 5th time in 2 months. The difference today is that I got to wake up at 6:30 instead of 5 a.m. And I didn't have to drive all the way up to Baton Rouge. And these circumstances are a lot more bright. I sat through every hearing that dismantled the rights of trans kids in this state. It's dark, but it's important for me to establish the context of this moment. I'm gonna fix this. I feel like, oh, that's so much better. Sorry. Felt like I was reaching. So I kind of said this before, but New Orleans and Louisiana as a whole is overflowing with magical, badass queer people who are feeling their power as unique and divine people. And I'm so proud to be in community with this state and with this city. But we live in a state where fascism is spreading like a virus. It's controlling the violent narrative against queer people. And it's passing hateful legislation that is designed to take away rights of my community, of our whole community.
Despite this, though, I feel confident. Despite the death threats that I've received, I feel unwavering in my identity. Drag is my armor, and it's how I feel powerful, and it's how I connect with my people. So thank you for wanting to honor and recognize the important role of drag in the movement for queer rights. It really means a lot. And this is symbolic. This is the start. So if you stand on the side of drag activism with us, y'all need to commit your work to enacting real change for our community. Make New Orleans a safe haven for the rest of Louisiana. People are losing their rights and families are having to leave. Sue the state. Block the bans. It's working. We see it happen. We just saw it happen in Arkansas. Do your best to put an end to the vitriol. Queer and trans people have always existed and have always had to fight for our right to exist. We can't do this alone. Please help us. So while this isn't even new, the fight against queer people, the violence against queer people, it's caught on like fire today and in this time to distract us from the real problems that we're all facing. It's distracting us from the fact that Republican legislators in our state aren't passing any legitimate legislation to help its citizens thrive. They care more about dividing us and firing up hate. So in New Orleans, let's be different. We can be different. How can we set the standard for human rights legislation in this state? How can it start with a symbolic special order of business and then begin a powerful rhythm of passing laws that are going to help everyone? Let's house everyone in New Orleans with fair rent. Let's feed every person who's hungry. Can we pay everyone a livable and thrivable income? There's a hearing coming up today that is going to support and establish rights of city workers to unionize. Let's do the work. And I say this, listen, to support the queer community is to support all marginalized communities in New Orleans. It can't just be us, it has to be everyone here. And thank you for giving me this platform to speak because I'm going to use it to shine light on all of those voices. We have real problems to deal with in this city and in this state and in this country. And villainizing drag performers is smoke and mirrors and not the fun kind. Yes, Pride Month is glitter and rainbows and dancing, sure. But Pride Month is also, and more importantly, a protest. This is a fight for our rights. We wouldn't have this movement if it weren't for the drag performers, the trans women, the dykes, the greater gay community who were fed up with being harassed and cast aside. Enough is enough. And by symbolically having us here, it must mean that you are going to fight with us. So I'm honored to continue this legacy of fighting. And I'm very honored that you have us here today. Let this be the beginning of something really beautiful. Thanks.
Amen.
Thank you so much. And I can assure you that the city council is by your side, unlike some of the state legislators that you've encountered. So I'm going to turn it over to my fellow colleagues and then close, and then we'll take a picture.
Thank you. I think, Vanessa, you said something that struck the deepest chord with me is you want to be seen, heard, and appreciated. And I think that's what everybody, whether you're in drag, whether you're poor, whether you're marginalized in any way, whether you're a human being, that is part of our humanity, is for people to see and appreciate you for who you are. And so I know it feels like, Maxwell, so much of this is a fight to be seen, heard, and appreciated. I think JP says a lot of times it shouldn't be so hard, and yet it is. And I think there's a struggle to both fight while maintaining your humanity at the same time, and to end vitriolic without being consumed by that vitriol and that hatred too. And so I applaud you for your thoughtful, beautiful advocacy here today, but at the same time being resolute in what needs to be done in the future too. Thank you all so much.
Good morning. I want to thank you for your advocacy, not just for the drag community or the members of the LGBTQ community, but for all marginalized people. I didn't know that. So I learned something here today, and I want to again, thank you for being advocates for everyone. We need more people to step up and be advocates for not just their organization or their people, but for everyone who is being marginalized. So thank you for that.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
It's really wonderful to have you all here with us. So I have a lot to say, but I'm going to try to keep it short because April, what you were talking about with what you experienced in Baton Rouge, myself and Councilmember Morrell are both former legislators. And what I saw this particular last session, and I was up there as well, I mean, was really beyond disgusting, you know? I think what we're so fortunate of here in New Orleans is that while we may have all this hate all around us, we continue to be that little dot where we are accepting of all people, and we are a very loving and compassionate and understanding community. And because of that, and because once again, we saw this hateful legislation coming down the pipeline for the session at the Capitol, the City Council, for the second or third time in a row now, unanimously adopted a resolution admonishing the hateful legislation in Baton Rouge against the LGBTQ community, because we do stand with you. We do stand with you. And then, you know, once again, April, I'm going to go back to you because you talked about how, you know, when the rights of the LGBTQ community are threatened, really it's a threat against all of our rights. And I feel like I've been having that conversation on so many different levels recently, because it's the same when it comes to women's rights, with reproductive rights, you know, when it comes to civil rights. And, you know, I go back to that obviously very well-known quote about the rights of every man are diminished when the rights of one man are threatened, which is the very famous JFK quote. And that is why it is so imperative that when we see a threat and this division that's happening in our country against marginalized communities, we have to speak up every single time. It can't just be like, oh, well, only if it's this group or only if it's that group. No, every single time. And so you all get that and you understand that so well. So I'm so thankful for you. And I'm so thankful for the art that you provide in our city, because when you said that drag is really thriving in New Orleans, I was so pumped to hear that, because that's fine. They can go, you know, other hateful communities can go try to do their thing. But you know what? Bring drag down here then, you know, bring it here. Let's celebrate the art and entertainment that you all provide. And most importantly, let's celebrate you all as people, because you are incredible contributors to our community. And so once again, I'm appreciative to you and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
I'm going to do my best not to paraphrase all the things you've already said. I think you said it better than any of us can. I do want to speak to a couple of points just from my own personal experience. I remember last year, the year we successfully defeated a lot of this hateful junk that passed the legislature. And I want to say, when I went to the legislature last year, the former legislator, to advocate against all these harmful laws targeting transgender youth, I actually went up because my 12-year-old daughter demanded that we get in the car and go up. Now think about that for a second. You got a 12-year-old child who sees the hateful things happening in Baton Rouge, and a child understands how hateful, mean-spirited, and wrong something is for closed-minded, power-hungry, homophobic, awful adults to use children for political points. It is shameful and disgusting that there are adults who use children as a talking point for election points. We're seeing that on the national level and we're seeing it on the local level. And these people, the thing that I find, and it's going to sound odd the way I say it, most offensive, is they believe in nothing. Because when you talk to a lot of these legislators, they don't even believe in what they're doing. They're just trying to appease a hateful, angry, vocal minority of voters that they are terrified of and pander to. And I say that because I want to go to my other kid. My oldest chose to go and is starting his freshman year at Ben Franklin. What attracted him most to Ben Franklin was the kids walking out both years in support of transgender youth, of joining a community full of people who speak up and speak out because they know something wrong is happening, and they are willing to stand up for their classmates, for their friends, for their relatives, for their neighbors, and advocate. I say that because using those two examples, these short-sighted, mean-spirited bigots are losing generations of children who are future voters. When you talk to kids across the state, and as a legislator, Elaine and I have had that opportunity, this is not the will of the majority of Louisianians. Even when we poll it, many of the positions the legislature takes, whether it's on queer politics or abortion, are not the will of the majority. It is the will of a hateful, loud, bigoted minority. And I say all that because y'all are bright, shining stars in this darkness. And even though there are ongoing efforts to silence and diminish you, they are failing because you are winning the hearts and minds of the vast majority that support what you're doing. And this council remains committed to being your allies and continuing to fight for what is right, because history will show there is nobody out there that I have met, nobody of my age and generation, who looks back on the bigots and awful people who fought for segregation, who goes, yeah, that was my grandpa. No one does that, because inevitably, once history writes and shows how awful those things are, people want to forget what happened. That's what CRT is really about. We want to whitewash the awful things that horrible people did. And I promise you, history will show that your efforts fought to keep this on the front burner, to keep everyone advocated and engaged. And there will be people that will celebrate you, and people will diminish or ignore. And those individuals who are the most hateful and bigoted will be lost to history because people will be embarrassed to have known them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here today. And I'm pleased to live in New Orleans for a variety of reasons. I got to tell you that sometimes when I look at some of the legislation that comes out of Baton Rouge, I can tell you that there are some places in Louisiana that I would not want to live. I'm so pleased that in New Orleans that we celebrate diversity. Sometimes we don't get enough attention for being the city that we are because there's focus on other issues, but we're a city that celebrates its diversity. Many people come down to the city of New Orleans because they have an opportunity to express themselves and their diversities in ways that they can't do not only in many other places in Louisiana, but in the nation. I appreciate the fact that you are involved with entrepreneurship, that you support our community in other ways as business owners and give your services to also enhance our economic output in our city. But also I celebrate today by learning a little bit more of your community, of our community. I'll say of our community as I say your. I'm glad to know and glad to be a part of today's opportunity to learn more, and I will celebrate with others. We have many members of the public who are watching today, and I think that this is a great showing of support on the part of the city council for who you are and what you do, and also for all of us in our city of New Orleans. Because I think that if you took a poll in the city of New Orleans and talked about diversity, it would be one of the things that would make people most proud to live in New Orleans. Yes, again, I'll say that we have certain challenges, but the bottom line is that in our city, you have an opportunity to express yourself in ways that in other places you might be limited. And I'll say this, and I'll be careful with the words. Sometimes a ban brings more attention to what you try to ban than would be there otherwise. And it's important to recognize that Very honestly, as a country, we're built on a platform of providing equal opportunity to others. And all of the moves for bans, very honestly, whether it be banning books that deal with subjects that make us uncomfortable, whether it be banning performances, whether it be banning involvement with certain things, or just one of the things that goes contrary to what our country and what our state and what our city stand for, but interestingly enough, motivate people in other ways to get out there and to get involved. And I think that your being here today and also just what's going on the band level is actually motivating people to get involved and to see more. And I think that that was behind, the council member Paris can speak for herself, but certainly I think that today's an example of how the move of a ban on one side brings out the desire to expose to the public or present to the public the true diversity that is our city of New Orleans and our country. So thank you for your work. Once again, entrepreneurship, community, and advocacy, and let us know how as a city council we can continue to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you guys. And you know, Vanessa Carr Kennedy and I were on the same page because as I watched you guys in here earlier, I wrote down a word and I made that word 2 words. And very rarely am I scripted because I always like to ask God to fill my heart and bless my tongue, because you want to get more than what the politics of a moment is. You want to get more than what the policy of that moment is. You want to see if you can feel what it means in terms of life. So Ms. Kennedy, I took that 1 word and I made it 2 words. And it was as I thought about you guys just being here, was first name Fab, last name Euless. And actually, so
It's appropriate.
So you can, yeah, you can see the, but also as I was listening to Freddie, as a Black man who grew up in the Lower Ninth Ward, we've been studying with a group of Black men, the Brookings Institute report on the current, that just came out, the current persecution of Black men and boys. And it says before every social institution. And then, guys, I thought about that humanity and the spirituality of it, and I thought about maybe what some of the ancients would write. I love to read Lao Tzu and Confucius and Hinduism and all of the ancients who I think figured out humanity first. And so this is really what I came up with, because if you don't understand something, you should never understand spiritual moments. And what I wrote was, how could you ever drag for someone whose humanity is bigger and deeper than who you think they are? And as someone who comes from a family of special needs kids, your humanity is bigger than anybody could ever think you are. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in closing, I want you all to know and understand that we are all here for you, especially in this moment of deep darkness and misunderstanding in our state and around our country. But New Orleans stands with you. I stand with you. And I do have proclamations for all of you, and I'll just read the most important part. It says, in honor of the meaningful advocacy and visibility you provide in the LGBTQIA+ community, both of which are necessary to preserving individual rights, fostering inclusivity, promoting diversity, and validating the self-worth of everyone, regardless of gender identity or sexual orientation. Thank you for being a glittering light. And I will tell you, cutting edge, this is probably the first glitter proclamation that we've ever given out as a city council, but we've all signed it and we will take a photo with y'all. Thank you so
Awesome.
much for being here today and everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you for having
Thank
us.
you. Not the glitter.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
The third order of business is a presentation. Dr. Deshonda Furman, Form D, Juris Doctorate, honoring Deshonda Furman, Form D, JD, for her astounding accomplishment as an ambassador for the river parishes as a result of her dedication to working across boundary lines and promoting cross-regional partnerships.
First of all, from my colleagues and the people in the audience, every now and then you get to acknowledge or present to someone. We talked about humanity earlier, whose humanity is bigger than their accomplishments, whether it's law school, whether it's a doctorate degree, whether it's the CAO of one of our neighboring parishes, but that person represents the very best of our humanity. And in many cases, that young woman represents what every young girl, especially every young Black girl, would aspire to be or would have the possibilities to be. But one of the greatest things about Dr. Furman is that she's always put herself second. As the CEO, she put the people of her parish first. As a businesswoman, her and her husband put the people who work for them first. And as a humanitarian, she puts all of us first. So I want to read this proclamation before we give her a chance to say a few words, because I think it encompasses everything, who she is and everything she stands for. It says, whereas Deshonda Furman is a tenacious and analytical leader with extensive experience in developing and implementing and enforcing policies and procedures. And whereas she represents the best interests of organizations and their stakeholders while making sound, driven decisions. And whereas she excels at gaining in diverse and interest groups through compelling presentations and hands-on leadership. And whereas she has collaborated with teams to adhere to established policies, procedures, and ordinances and laws, and advocates for processes to improve. And whereas she has partnered with various organizations to develop strategies and solutions and implement meaningful changes across regional boundaries. And whereas as the former CEO of St. John the Baptist Parish, she's worked tirelessly to foster regional relationships and regional cooperation that this council recognizes on this day and every day forward. Dr. Deshonda Furman, PhD, and JD on the 22nd day of January and of June, and is signed by all of our council members. Let's give her a big round of applause. Dr. Furman.
It's with an amazing amount of humility and grace that I'm here today. And I thank you, council. Thank you, Council Member Oliver Thomas, for this recognition. As someone who's normally in the back, just getting the work done, this is amazing for me to be here today. And I thank you all again for that. I have faced many adversities, as many people do, coming here to Louisiana in 1997 to attend Xavier and just kind of never leaving. I fell in love with this place. I fell in love with Louisiana, particularly New Orleans, the river parishes. And I've been in some very favorable positions, and I've layered all of my experiences on to where I am today. And I'm grateful and I'm thankful. And if I could impart anything to anyone that may need a word today, is to never be afraid to repurpose and repackage your skill sets and your talents to do what makes you happy. And what I found that helping people and just doing good work and whatever that looks like with helping people, that's it. That makes me happy. So again, I'm thankful and very appreciative to have this honor today.
Well, I got ahead of myself because two of the most powerful and established women who fought for women who are actually still here. All the men got up, but I represent them. Councilmember Harris.
Well, listen, I want to thank you for your work. As we know, as leaders in this community, and you're a leader in the community, that collaboration is key.
Yeah.
And being able to work across all lines, color lines, party lines, ideological lines, is so critical to get things done. And so your work, working across the parish, making sure that that collaboration happens, is so incredibly necessary and needed, especially during these times. So I just want to thank you for your work, and anything that we can do to support that work, please let us know.
Councilmember King.
So I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier, but that's a farm?
Farm D.
And what's that's a JD as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Both. That's what I thought.
Yes.
That's what I thought. I know that JD is tough alone.
Oh, we got Superwoman in front of us.
That's so look, as a father of daughters, it's important to see you here. I wish they were able to see you here so they can see it's not all about, you know, what is glamorized on social media, on TV, about it's about what's in your head, and it's about letting your work speak for yourself, speak for you and speak for yourself. So I appreciate you just being you and being here and being an example for young women. And I'm very impressed with the Farm D, and again, and the JD. That's like, you're right, Councilman Thomas. That is Superwoman. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas, we got the men coming back in now. You see that? Yeah. You know, congratulations to you for all of your accomplishments. I know that it has not been easy to get to where you are. It took a lot of hard work, dedication, grit, tenacity, all of that. It's been really a fantastic morning. I'm not sure if you were able to be here for the presentation that Swin Cash had once again, talking about female leaders. And so to have them and to have you today, I think it's really inspiring. And, you know, while Leslie and I are the only two women on the council, it's really important for us to continue to bring other women leaders to the city council so that the public can continue to see it's like, this is who's in our community. This is who's in our area, to continue to see these faces of great female leadership throughout our city and throughout our region. So thank you for all that you do and keep at it.
Councilmember Green.
Dr. Furman, good morning.
Morning.
I regret that I was in the back just on something, but I was able to hear in terms of the presentation, but your qualifications speak for themselves, but the fact that you are so motivated to do positive work in our community and going across parish lines is something that I can greatly appreciate. And we look forward to your being able to share with us additional things that we need to know to help us to do a better job. Again, thanks for your educational qualifications, also your commitment to the community, and we look forward to working with you more in the future. Thank you very much for being here this morning, and thank you, Councilman Thomas, for this observation of the work of Dr. Furman.
Dr. Furman, any last words before we come down and take pictures with one of the great women of our time?
One last thing, with me having graduated from Xavier and Loyola both, I think it's important to impart on young graduates to stay here. Bring those talents, stay right here in these communities and not leave and go to other places and pour back in what those universities pour into you.
Thank you, Dr. Furman. Let's go take our photos.
Thank you.
Council members, we're going to go to page 47. We have resolution line over R 23207 by council members Harris, Morrell, Moreno, King, Green, and Thomas, urging the Louisiana Governor's Office and the U.S. EPA to immediately exercise oversight authority and compel the LDEQ to reinstate the Irish Channel air monitoring site and to suspend BWC Harvey's air permit and institute a permit review process that provides for public input and accounts for noxious emissions from BWC Harvey's entire operation, including those at the recently purchased IMTT Gretna.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This resolution calls on the state to take action to monitor the air quality in the Irish Channel that has been affected for years by the emissions from the BWC Harvey plant. As many of you remember, Join for Clean Air presented a compelling case to the Climate Change and Sustainability Committee that the Irish Channel and surrounding neighborhoods are suffering from dangerous emissions from the BWC Harvey plants. This resolution asks the state to reinstate air monitoring in the Irish Channel and review BWC Harvey's operation. The state has the power to act on this issue, and I'm hopeful that this resolution will get the attention of those necessary to stop the pollution that is happening, not only in the Irish Channel, but in several neighborhoods surrounding the site. I know that there are several neighbors who are here who wish to speak, but I want to ask any of my colleagues if they would like to speak before we get a public comment. Councilmember Green.
Air quality is a real concern throughout our city. My son, however, lives in New York City, and they recently had issues with regards to air quality. And it makes people sick if the air quality is not correctly done. Our city has been very lax, or state, I'm sorry, has been very lax many times I remember when I was young, I used to go to certain communities and it smelled so bad in the community. And it was like everybody just assumed, well, that's just part of doing business. But it's not part of doing business, that we in this day and age can control the emissions and make sure that we protect our community. So this resolution, I'm proud to be a part of it because it's going to bring certainly attention to the governor's office. It's going to bring attention to the fact that in our city, we have an issue in the Irish Channel. But I think that a lot of people throughout the state of Louisiana think that we have no issues here in New Orleans with regards to air quality. We saw something recently about an air quality alert. This is just part of that process of making sure that we draw attention to the fact that emissions hurt people, and we need to do something about it to make sure that we can live in as free a polluted environment as possible. So I proudly support this resolution and recognize that we have problems throughout our city that we need to look at, but certainly in this area, I appreciate the fact that the attention will have the state involved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have several comment cards just for you newbies here. You get 2 minutes to speak and you need to announce your name and address and if you represent any entity. So the first card I have is from Ms. Dietrich Rosamond.
Hello, good morning, Council. I am Rosamond Dietrich. I live at 2426 Chippewa Street, New Orleans, 70130. And yeah, I support the resolution and I think clean air is important. And what Councilmember Green said, hit it right on the nose there. We need healthy communities, and a healthy environment to be able to do business. And in Louisiana for a long time, we are pretty complacent about pollution levels, especially in Southeast Louisiana. So let's make sure the parish is a clean place to do business and to live and celebrate our culture. Thank you all very much, and I hope that you support the resolution.
Thank you. Kimberly Terrell.
Thank you so much. My name is Kim Terrell. My address is 2426 Chippewa Street. I'm not being paid for my testimony. I want to thank you all so much for this opportunity. And what a perfect day to be here, because I feel like the theme of the day is that New Orleans is a bright spot. New Orleans is a bright spot in Louisiana, and we are the people who will stand up and speak out. Councilmember Green is absolutely right. This is not just an Irish Channel issue. This is not just a New Orleans issue. This is a Louisiana issue and a nationwide issue. We are privileged to be the only community in Louisiana that I know of that has the support of our local council and our state representative and our state senator when it comes to air quality. Through my work, I interact with communities up and down the river, and they struggle to get what we already have, which is your support. So it means so much to us. It really does. It's tremendous. And I think Councilmember Green, again, is absolutely right that the attention that we can bring to this issue in our neighborhood also puts pressure on y'all's counterparts up and down the river to speak up for their communities. So our particular situation started about 3 years ago at the same time that BWC Harvey constructed a massive expansion to double their capacity to store hot asphalt. If anyone's ever driven on an interstate when they're paving asphalt, you know that it smells, right? You wouldn't want to live on that interstate where they're paving asphalt. And I don't know why this company thought it was a good idea to construct a hot asphalt storage facility in the middle of a densely populated urban area or anywhere where people are living, even if it's a rural area. If there are homes nearby, you shouldn't be storing hazardous, toxic petrochemicals that off-gas continuously. So since that expansion occurred about 3 years ago, there's been almost 2,000 complaints of air quality in our neighborhood. That represents almost 1 in 3 of the complaints that are in LDEQ's state data.
Kim, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up.
Sure. So I want to close by thanking the more than 400 households that have filed air quality complaints in the Irish Channel and surrounding areas. And thank you all so much for sponsoring and supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Kim. Justin?
Good morning. My name is Justin Vidito. I live at 2351 Magazine Street, which is just under a mile from the dock at BWC Harvey. For myself and the residents of Irish Channel and Harvey who have been experiencing these toxic fumes, there's a distinct before and after in our lives when it comes to the starting of this operation. Before they began their operations in 2019, when they were allowed this massive expansion, our air was quite clean. Afterwards, our health started to be greatly impacted. Our quality of life started to be greatly impacted. And as a father, the fear that my daughter is going to suffer the long-term consequences of this long-term exposure to carcinogens, that she's going to get cancer or other health problems, that fear permeates my life. It deprives me of peace every day. Not only has LDEQ not taken effective action to remedy the situation, they have taken an adversarial stance with the community members, all the while working very closely with BWC. I'm grateful for the support of our representatives, particularly Mandy Landry and Royce Duplessis, but I'm especially grateful to Leslie Harris and all of y'all for supporting this resolution. This resolution sends a message loud and clear that this has gone on long enough, that we will not go quietly into an existence of just accepting that breathing carcinogens is the cost of living here. It sends the message that LDEQ cannot brush this under the rug, that the impact that this is having on our health is cause enough to actually take action and reopen this permit. It sends the message that we need a permanent solution. We need a restoration of our clean air. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. Robin?
I'll take this one. Thank you for this opportunity. Ms. Harris, it's a pleasure to see you in person. I'm the one that sends you these like fact sheets about which is a compilation of DEQ's data, which I've not seen them do at all. My name is Robin Davis. I'm a retired environmental scientist, 30 years with 2 state departments of environmental quality. And EPA gave me in 2009 their Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I say that to emphasize that I've got credibility. EPA recognized that. I collaborated with them for many years on matters such as this, finding solutions to reducing exposure of toxic chemicals, on the public at large. And since BWC expanded, and I've got handouts for everybody after I'm finished, but when BWC expanded, there were only a few comments over a few years, but there was a significant spike. And so I know that the asphalt and creosote production, which is new in that area, with no emission controls. Now, and these controls can be easily implemented. They're done at Vertex and almost every other company in the world with a sense of responsibility has emissions controls on something so significant. Now, the asphalt and creosote has to be heated for transfer. And when it's heated, it gives off sulfur compounds, which my friends and neighbors here describe: burning skin, eyes, nose, and throat. Severe for hours on end, permeates the homes. DEQ has analyzed for a few compounds. They say that the levels that they do analyze for hydrogen sulfide and sulfur dioxide, fine, those are below limits. But when those combine, they're sulfur compounds, when they combine with molecules of water in the air, it easily forms, easily within moments, sulfuric acid. And that's a direct correlation to the burning skin, eyes, nose, and throat, and clouds of sulfuric. So, I'm surprised that the DEQ has not compiled their own data. And I've scoured the EDMS and, because that's what I did my 30 years. I'm out of time.
You are, Ms.
May I-
Davis. But yeah, we'll take this. I'll have one of my staffers come get them from you. Thank you so
Okay.
much for
Thank
being
you
here
kindly,
today.
everyone.
Thank you. Kelly. Followed by Michael Burnside.
Hello, my name is Kelly Donahue and I live at 617 Napoleon. And I'm not in the Irish Channel. I'm more on east-west Riverside. And I moved here in 2019. I love this city. I love this state. And everything was fine until December. All of a sudden, I was smelling these strange smells, and it was just like, it was awful in the back of my throat. So I phoned the LEDQ and I said, something's going on. Oh, we'll check it out. They were really nice about it. And they said they'd send somebody out. Well, they did send somebody out a couple days later and they said, we didn't find anything. Well, it left. In short, I've been dealing with this for 4 years and I never know when that smell is going to happen. I never, you don't really want to plan anything outside because you don't know when that smell's coming. And it's very terrible. And I keep complaining to the LEDQ and I don't even ask them to call me back anymore because all they say is, well, it's under control. Robin, who just spoke, can tell you about the chemical toxins as well. But all we want is just for them to cap the emissions. I mean, business, I understand, it's vital to the city, but all we're asking are for emission controls and honesty and transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. This is one of the few times in my life that I wish, it's yellow already, fancy that. That I wish I had more than 2 minutes. First of all, it's great to have a competent group show up from the community who cares about advocacy and comes before the city council and voices their concerns and participates in the process. I found myself in full agreement with Councilman Green as he spoke today, which was very good for me. Many of you don't know this, but I spent my elementary school in South Charleston, West Virginia in the 1970s, and it was eventually rated in Newsweek magazine the first and third worst Superfund sites in the entire United States. I remember in first grade, my neighbor made the mistake of staying on his porch and breathing the night air, and there was a release in Dunbar, and he had to go to the hospital. The idea that poisoned air is necessary for business is a lie. It may or may not be necessary to achieve a certain profit margin, but there are places in this world that conduct business without poisoning their children. Sadly, it's not only business that does this. The RTA has buses that spew out visible pollution, not just one bus or two buses. The change from Transdiv to this new regime has been accompanied by visible pollution. As I go through my life, I notice now that there are pickup trucks that have little capabilities that are deliberately attached to them that they can put out very large puffs of very black smoke at the flick of a switch by the driver. So that you not only have loud noises by trucks that don't have mufflers, you now have beautiful pollution for people that wish to express their unhappiness with life. So whether we're driven by profit margins or whether we're driven by some strange bureaucratic necessity for polluting buses or whether we're driven by personalized anger, we treat the communal resource of air disrespectfully. We all breathe it. We all need it, and it should be clean.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I'm going to butcher this. Mishi Elizer.
Hi, I'm Michelle Elizer. I live at 2405. It's okay. Chippewa. And I've been in the Irish Channel for 23 years. I don't understand with what we know now about the harm to human beings from toxic air that the LDEQ continues to permit or turn a blind eye to companies that release harmful emissions into heavily populated neighborhoods. We do know that we've been subjected to this smelly and toxic air whenever the wind blows from the BWC into the Irish Channel. There have been numerous complaints from the families residing there. Still, the LDEQ has allowed BWC to expand and continue their emissions without demanding that they install whatever is needed to mitigate this pollution and protect our families. They appear to solely work to protect, embed, and expand polluting corporations into our communities. I really love living in the Irish Channel, and I've been there for 23 years. And until the BWC arrived in 2019, I enjoyed taking long walks daily. Now I have to see which way the wind is blowing to even work in my garden. I used to have barbecue dinners with friends in the evening, but I can't do that anymore. It's hard to predict which way the wind is blowing, and the stench is often too foul. My own health has deteriorated a lot in the last few years. I now see a pulmonologist regularly. There's no way of knowing how much is due to being subjected to foul air. On closing, I would simply like to add that this company, BWC, does not contribute much beside toxic air to the communities around it. They don't pay fair taxes that support Harvey, and considering how valuable that land use could be on the side of the river, they provide few jobs. And I'm thinking about restaurants and wonderful uses for land on the river. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Anita, are there any online comments?
Yeah, we have 8.
Okay, let's do 10 minutes of comments. And then I have a statement from Representative Landry.
First comment is from Andronika Morris. GNOHA and Housing NOLA support this measure as a means to ensure that Irish Channel and East Riverside residents can live in safe environments without jeopardizing their health. Then we have Calvin Helfenstein. The noxious asphalt type odors have been the subject of discussion, but are only an unfortunate reminder that plethora other fumes, vapors, and mists from the abundant chemical products stored and transported in close proximity can also easily reach the densely populated neighborhoods of the Irish Channel and Lower Garden District. The most dangerous chemicals may not be inherently obvious by smell alone, and thus not easily reportable by the general public. There are likely known carcinogens and other chemicals with known health hazards that similarly reach the IC and LGD neighborhoods. It seems imperative that a comprehensive study, thorough investigation, and site monitoring be conducted with scope encompassing the entirety of chemical products stored and transported in proximity to the Irish Channel and Lower Garden District neighborhood. Since the lineup of chemical products handled by the facilities changes constantly with customer demand and other economic factors, the scope should include all chemical products that have been previously handled or could potentially be handled by these facilities in the future. The errors and uncertainties associated with atmospheric dispersion modeling are known to be significant. Dispersion models and engineering studies should not be relied upon by themselves to verify that adequate storage and transportation mechanisms are in place. We need our elected officials to take urgent steps to protect the residents of New Orleans at the risk of stating the obvious. Storage tanks and tanker vessels aren't the only thing that need to breathe. Catherine Keeney says we have a right to breathe clean air in our neighborhoods, and any industrial activity should never be allowed to operate near pre-existing communities when they emit toxic, carcinogenic, and illness-inducing poison into the air. We are tired in our neighborhood of inhaling noxious fumes. It's outrageous that the city and state allow an industrial operation on the river to pollute the air we breathe. Please help us and pass this resolution. We need to put people over profit. Our health and well-being are at stake. Bill Clements comments, my family and I live directly across the river from some of the major polluters, and we support this resolution and hope you will as well.
Treb Winiger says, Dear City Council, thanks to all of you who sponsored this resolution. I own the only home I've ever owned here in the Irish Channel. It is my humble castle and comes with all the joys and wants of living in New Orleans. I pay generous taxes here, unlike the multi-billion-dollar corporation that's set up across the river from us and enjoys preferred treatment from the very agency tasked with regulating it, and will live with potholes, subsidence, car break-in or two in order to enjoy Mardi Gras Jazz Fest, good food, hanging on the porch with my neighbors. You know, but we should not have to fight for basics like food, water, shelter, and air to breathe. We try hard to provide those to everyone we can, even in the wake of a bad hurricane. If that is not the function of the government, I'm not sure what is, which is why some consciousness less corporation based in Houston should not get to come up in the middle of our neighborhood or a mile away from it and metaphorically crap in our yards. It blasts our porches, our historic houses designed to be cooled by the wind in the days before air conditioning, our crawfish boils, our parades, our parties, our celebrating, our mourning, our chilling with the toxic fumes of sour crude bottoms. Asphalt fumes superheated so they can flow easily into barges to be shipped somewhere else because they surely aren't being used to repave our pitiful streets. And they enjoy tax exemption. They contribute next to nothing to our economy, while they slowly give us cancer. Chasing us out of our gardens, pools, porches, and morning walks is the least of our worries if they're helping escort us to a premature exit from life itself. Please, for the love of New Orleans and Louisiana, but mainly your neighbors, the people you are sworn to serve, call on the governor, the EPA, the president himself to protect us from the faceless corporations, SOTUS esteemed legal persons. Shame the LDEQ into doing their job instead of funding their agency with permitting fees and from industry. BWC's people don't live here, we do, and we want to breathe. And when we do, we want to smell crawfish, boil spices, not hydrogen sulfide. Thank you. Next comment is from Larry Gottfried. My name is Larry Gottfried, and I live in the 500 block of First Street in the Irish Channel. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my support of this resolution. My wife and I fulfilled a long-term dream of moving to New Orleans in 2020. We decided to move here because we love the history, the people, and the culture. We purchased a house in the historic Irish Channel, not knowing that we were less than a mile from the BWE storage facility on the West Bank. We soon noticed a frequent, horrible odor that has impacted our ability to enjoy our backyard or even walk our dogs. Many evenings, the odor is so bad that we have to stay inside. After talking to our neighbors, I learned that this odor is affecting many people and making some people sick. I also started to learn more about what is being stored and transferred at BWC and started to worry how toxic some of the materials are. I worry about the overall health of our family in New Orleans. I understand we moved near a busy port and accept the noise. However, I don't think that our neighborhood should be exposed to these toxic fumes coming across the river. I was also fortunate to walk to some neighbors who live across the river in Jefferson Parish near BWC. They are extremely concerned about their health, but don't feel they have the power to fight the storage facility. I hope you will be concerned about our neighbors across the river as well. I hope that the city council will look after the health and safety of its citizens and pass this resolution. It's imperative that this issue be taken seriously by the council. I worry about the health of my family and the greater New Orleans community. Next comment is from Ellen Brandau. I was born and raised in New Orleans, moved away and moved back. Can't live anywhere else. I bought a house in the Irish Channel 25 years ago, partly because I love living near the river. I have been alarmed during the past couple of years by strong chemical smells carried by breezes from the river. These smells are so noxious, they force us inside. I very much fear that Cancer Alley is spreading to include my beloved neighborhood. And the last comment is from Holly Hobbs. The Irish Channel does not have safe air to breathe. We have toxic fumes, burning tire and asphalt smells, etc., all the time. These fumes cause endless headaches, nausea, and exhaustion. Something has to be done about this. That's it for the online comment.
Thank you, Anita. And again, this comment is from Representative Landry. She asked me to read it. Thank you for your efforts to assist Irish Channel residents with the odor and potential health effects they have experienced for several years due to the industry located across the river. I've worked with them since I became a legislator on the issue. They are angry, tired, frustrated, and anxious about the effects of these fumes. They've involved 2 separate city councils, the governor's office, DEQ, EPA, and Congressman Carter's office. In 2020, members of Join and other constituents testified at the legislator at my invitation about these fumes. They have tirelessly advocated on behalf of their families and neighbors, but to no avail. I hope that your involvement can continue to elevate this issue and finally assist our constituents with the help that they have requested. We all deserve clean air. It's frustrating that little movement has been made by the efforts of city, state, and national officials. Thank you for your assistance and support. I'm happy to support you in this resolution, and we'll continue to fight against the emissions that are plaguing the Irish Channel and frankly, all of Uptown and New Orleans. So with that, I've moved, Councilmember Green has seconded. And the resolution passes. Thank you all.
Council members, we're now going to the bottom of page 48. We have resolution R 23-279 by Councilmember Morrell. A resolution stating that based on recent testimony from federal consent decree monitors, the Council of the City of New Orleans expresses its concern for the healthcare services provided at the New Orleans Justice Center.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this resolution is pretty straightforward. As you know, today we have a resolution that we're taking up after this one that deals with the WellPath contract extension. For those of you who aren't familiar, WellPath is the company that the city and through the sheriff's office is contracted with to provide healthcare services at the jail. At the most recent consent hearing regarding healthcare at the jail, to say that report from the monitors was less than stellar is an understatement. This is simply the council recognizing that report and sharing its concerns. For those of you who are watching and don't understand what's going on with the council approval of this contract, the challenge that we face as a council is that when it comes to approving this contract extension, we do not have a choice but to do the contract extension. There is no group that could step in the short term immediately to provide basic healthcare services at the prison. So our position as a council is that in this limited authority, we don't have the ability in this short period to do an RFP or an RFQ with the sheriff's office to find another provider. However, that being said, it is important for us, since we are unable at this time to disengage from WellPath, to acknowledge what the federal consent managers have already found, which is that the services being provided are not meeting those standards, that they're having detrimental outcomes at the prison, and that the council remains concerned that healthcare at the prison is not being provided in a constitutional way. So that's what the resolution does. Does any council member have any comments? Hearing none, I will move. Second by Councilmember Thomas, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The resolution's approved. Thank you.
We're now going to page 47. We got motion line over M 23-273 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the amendment number 1 to the contract between the City of New Orleans, the Orleans Parish Sheriff Office, and WellPath LLC, and authorizing the president of the council to sign amendment number 1 contract between the City of New Orleans, the Orleans Parish Sheriff Office, and WellPath LLC as Exhibit A.
First of all, thank you. I think Council President Morrell expressed very eloquently the fact that we're in a position now where we have to move forward with an extension. But this extension, based on the performance in the past, does not meet the standard, not just based on the monitors, but the people that this healthcare effort should care for. But we're in a position right now where we have to move forward because we don't have any options. Mr. President, I could read all the talking points. They're in the resolution. There are many. If you'd like, it changes the extension and negotiating date from 90 to 120. But all that information is before us. I thought that Mr. Montano would be if there are any questions from us, but it's explained in the motion as well as in the summary of the motion. So because we're forced to be in this position, and once again, Council President Morel is absolutely correct, we move forward with great concern, but also with great care in knowing that we have to provide some type of service. So with that, I would move adoption. Pardon me? Yeah, Councilmember Green. Anything you want to add if there are any comments?
Mr. President, Councilmember Thomas, thank you for the comments. I think you have sufficiently described the position we are in. Obviously, just a little bit of historical context. We did put this out for RFP in 2021. We hope and anticipated that there would be a more significant, robust response to that RFP. There was not. We moved forward with the existing contract, and WellPath did exercise their right to terminate. As a result, we started accelerating the negotiation process. This has brought us to the confluence point that we're currently in. There is not an alternative that we are currently, my apologies, that we are currently able to manage through. So we hope and anticipate that this annual contract extension will get us the runway necessary to better develop those acute needs for that very vulnerable population within the jail. Other than that, I can stand for questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Any comments from Mr. Montano? Thank you. Thank you for at least being here to answer questions. And I would hope that moving forward, that whenever there are issues with the administration or concern, that at least someone be here like you are, that if there are some questions and concerns that we have, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
6 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted. 7 yeas, no nays, it's adopted.
Council members, we have Resolution R 23-296 by Council members Moreno, Morel, Harris, Green, and Thomas. A resolution requesting an official third-party audit to review the cost of construction for the new medical and mental health service facility Phase 3 at the New Orleans Justice Center to ensure the drastic rise in expenses is appropriate prior to the allocation of public funds. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this resolution.
Move suspension of the rules.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Morel. Seven yeas, no nays.
Now we need to suspend, further suspend the rules to add it to the agenda.
Thank you. Been moved by Council President Morel, seconded by me. Members, vote your machines, please. 7 yeas, no nays.
Y'all can discuss it.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, I bring this particular resolution under suspension because it relates to an item we were going to be discussing today, but now we're actually going to be discussing our next meeting. It has to do with Phase 3 of the jail, which is the mental health care component that we are being forced by the court to build. And the particular resolution that I have before us today has to do with an overall financial audit of the construction costs. And this is why I think it is so important. We have seen the costs significantly rise over just the past year and a half of what it's going to take to build this particular complex. I want to just make a quick reference point that when the entire new jail was rebuilt, the entire project roughly cost $150 million. To do just this one expansion, the cost that we're seeing now is roughly $109 to $115 million. Over just the past year and a half, the cost has ballooned from $71 million to then $89 million, to then $109 million, to a letter that we received yesterday from the sheriff now saying that it's $115 million. We still don't have the funding altogether as to how we're even going to pay for this. The proposed FEMA funds that we have is $41 million. We have another committed $30 million in bond funds for this project. We still have then a gap of roughly $38 million to somehow be covered by the city. I should also note that when the RFP has gone out for this particular expansion of the jail, which we're being ordered to do, there's only been one bidder, one respondent. And so I just want to make sure that we're spending our money appropriately. And that's why this council, through this resolution, is respectfully requesting that the court allow us to do an audit before the appropriation of funds for this particular project. We're asking the court for this, and I hope that they will accommodate this, what I think is a very modest and responsible ask. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Marino and Councilmember Morrell for initiating this legislative tool that we all signed off on. I also want to say publicly that in deference and respect to the judge who's ordered that we do this, many of us think there's an opportunity to do both, to provide this federally ordered a project so that we can have more beds for mental health, to get this done, but also to be extremely responsible. Now, to further explain what the audit does, the extra money that we're going to have to come up with has to come from someplace. And so for those who are listening, where does it come from? Does it come from housing initiatives and projects for affordable housing? Does it come from infrastructure projects that are much needed within our community? Does it come from NOR and playgrounds that need to be renovated and restored? Does it come from critical parts of the budget that, though we're experiencing these ARPA funds that we have from the federal government right now, they won't always be there. So it's not coming from no place. It's actually coming from the citizens of this community. We think that, and I know our two at-large members believe that, with an audit to further explain how do we come up with those extra funds from a project that was $41 million supported by FEMA, that's now $115 million. If we would lay it out that the federal government would understand, the judge would understand, the monitors would understand, but also the community would understand. Now, also, there are some folk, I don't want to say experts because everybody's expert when they're out of town. There are some folk who have looked at this who say that we could provide these extra beds within the footprint of TDC already. And we could do it at a cost for less than $20 million. So we're hoping that this time gives us the ability to do the audit, lay out where the funds would come from, but also give the judge and the federal monitors who are mandating this time to maybe come to some agreement and compromise. We met extensively with former Councilmember Susan Guidry, Press Kavikoff, members of the business community. I met with the mayor in the last couple of days. And I think that once the community gets an understanding of just whose money it is and where it's going to come from, but the judge also gets an understanding of that we can do this for a whole lot less money and accomplish it within the existing footprint, that there would be an opportunity for compromise. So just wanted to kind of get that to the public so they'll exactly know what this is, what it means. And while we're not trying to disrespect or disobey the judge, we're trying to be responsible for about $80 million of your money that could go someplace else to other programs, back to your neighborhoods and back to your community. Thank you.
Councilmember Druso.
I'm going to vote in favor of the resolution because I think we have a fiduciary obligation to understand the funds that are being spent that are ordered by the court. But I also think we need to be very clear to the public about where we stand. This matter has been litigated for years. The council has passed a number of resolutions saying that we don't want to build phase 3. The city has opposed it and we have lost. This is not, we came, we saw, we conquered. We have fought and we have lost. So I am concerned about two things at this point. Number one is we have taken oaths to uphold the laws of the United States of America, all of us, and we are getting dangerously close to violating our oaths of office by continuing to pursue and suggest that there is compromise where there may not really be any that exists at this point. And number two, the sheriff is not in a position to really be held in contempt. The city is. And my concern is at a certain point, having lost numerous times, both in the district court and the appellate court, that the city will find itself in sanctions and that the things that we are trying to build, whether that's affordable housing, whether that's playgrounds, whether that's infrastructure, whether that's more things to help out like Thrive Kids that we're precluded from doing because we're going to be heavily sanctioned every single day. So I think we have to stop saying publicly that there is a path to compromise, because the people who are in the jail at this point, the plaintiffs who are in the jail, are saying this is what the best solution is. These are not elected officials. These are not advocacy groups. These are the people who are in the jail themselves who are saying the best option at this point is phase 3. If there is a way to save $80 million, $60 million, $40 million, $20 million, I am all in favor of giving us the best possible outcome. But given the fact that these options have been heavily litigated, including in 2020, and all the TDC options were eliminated at that point, I'm worried that we're giving people false hope where it doesn't exist. And so I want to be very careful as a body to say to the court and to the other parties, if there is a place for an olive branch, that we do it, but at the same time, not keep on extending this, because what has happened now too is the cost has ballooned because of all of it. And we have to be very careful at a certain point to understand that there has been ongoing litigation, that we have fought as hard as we possibly can, but that at the same time, we have lost all of those appeals. We have made these arguments repeatedly, and that if there is an opportunity and a chance and a position for us to do something on a more favorable cost basis, I will always support that. But at the same time, I worry about telling the public, and when the people who are in the jail are saying this is what we need to have, that there's another path forward. If it doesn't exist, then we're extending things that are hopes and are not reality.
I'm going to go ahead and take Councilmember Morrell since he hasn't had a chance to speak, and then I'll take you again. Okay.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to second everything that Councilman Druso just said. I think that part of what this new council was faced with, and I know that Councilman Moreno and Councilman Moreno, Councilman Druso have been dealing with this longer than we have, is that whenever you have litigation and you have a judgment, you always run the risk of accumulating interest and penalties when you refuse to follow that judgment. I think what Councilman Moreno is trying to tackle today right now is there's interest and penalties, and there is a quadruple, double, triple, quadruple costs of baseline construction. I've talked to plenty of people, and we actually have people from trades here today who could talk toward this when they come up on Councilman Moreno's later resolution. But even looking at supply chain, looking at inflation, the cost of this next phase is exponentially higher than it should be. And I think it's important for us to say, as Councilman Druso already said, this is not about there won't be a phase 3. That battle has been fought and lost. And to Councilman Druso's point, I think it does the public a great disservice when people go in the public and say, we can still fight over this. As we said in the resolution that Councilman Harris sponsored months ago, you cannot use zoning and city tactics to block federal judgments when it comes to consent decrees. I know today we're talking about a jail, But when you're talking about federal consent decrees and cities seeking to avoid them, you cannot separate fighting over a jail by using inappropriate zoning tactics and when the federal government is trying to enforce consent decrees for things like housing throughout the country. Because what you see across the country is that when there are communities that are discriminated against people and don't want those kind of people in their communities, and the federal government comes in and says, nope, you have to allow affordable housing, the tactics of communities using zoning and obstacles to prevent the federal government from moving forward, you can't say those tactics aren't okay when it comes to affordable housing, but we can do that when we don't want to build or solve problem with the unconstitutional jail. So as Councilman Druso stated, I think the issue for us as a council today, I want to express this directly to the judge overseeing the cases. We're not trying to reopen litigation on this case because that ship has sailed. What we are saying is that, to Councilman Thomas's point, this number that we currently have to build phase 3 is outrageous. And if we do phase 3 at this number without an audit saying it is absolutely necessary, we as a council will have to defund things that the people of the city desperately need. And before we cut that check, it is absolutely prudent of this council to say, we need a second opinion regarding this cost. Because this cost is truly offensive on its face. And there needs to be someone, even the current contractors that responded, to really give us a breakdown, because this number is, we're paying for a new jail for one phase of a jail. And that is absolutely obscene. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you. And I feel like I'm compelled to speak because though I agree with Councilmember Druso in terms of where the federal mandate is now, I don't want anyone to think that I'm giving people false hope or false promise. And I read that in some of those comments. But as someone who understands that knows over history and through time, and absolute knows have turned into yes. People were told they couldn't organize at one time, and that the federal government and municipal governments would stand in their way. Now they organize. The rights of African Americans and women, Jim Crow and Black codes were said, no, you can't go up against the federal government because their rule is absolute. But look where we are today. And then for me, this is so outrageous, right? And I wasn't part of the other councils. So had I been, my position would be consistent as it is right now. And maybe let me take it to a whole nother level. As someone who's been behind those walls, I know how useless and how wasteful it was when I was there, where people have no idea the abuse and the misuse that goes on. And then for someone to tell me that I have to build and I have to spend 8 times more than what it originally cost for a mental health institution that should be part of a mental health facility that has to be part of a prison, that's even more absurd. But look, hey man, you know, the day we have to be afraid of a government when it's wrong, the day we have to be afraid of officials but when it's wrong, then if that had been the case throughout the ages and the centuries and decades, people wouldn't have put their life on the line, they wouldn't have put their time on the line, and they wouldn't have put those generations that followed them on the line. I am never for, you don't tug on Superman's cape, you don't spit in the wind, you don't mess around with the old Lone Ranger, and you don't fool with federal judges in the federal government. But at some point, maybe if there's another way, at some point, maybe if there's another opportunity where we can save 60, 70, or $80 million to go in this community, well, guess what? If you gotta make me do something that hurts my people, then you gotta make me do it.
Let me take public comment. Mr. Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity Street. I found myself in a great deal of agreement with Councilperson Thomas. However, there's a slightly different way of looking at things slightly. There's a difference between something that's wrong and something that's unwise. And I think that this particular jail expansion is unwise. We just finished a discussion about how we're over the barrel with WellPath. We just discussed how we don't have any choices at all. And we just discussed how we have to sign a contract for providing regular basic health care to prison inmates, because we don't have any other bidders who want to come here and provide health care to prison inmates. So you're over a barrel. You either provide no health care or you provide shitty health care. There's your choice. Welcome to New Orleans. We're facing the same problem here. You got one bidder for a jail. Capitalism requires him to maximize his profit for his investors. He's not a nonprofit. If you only have one bidder, you're fucked. So then the question is, how do you get out of capitalism? Which is exactly the problem that Mayor Mitch Andrew found when he tried to take down the statues. Nobody would rent him a crane and the city didn't own one. So socialism has a really bad name, but socialism is there as a safety net when capitalism decides its profit margin comes at the expense of your destruction. This city either needs to build its own construction company and build its own damn jail, or it needs to contract for the federal government to come down here with the Department of Engineers, just like they did with the friggin' levies, and figure out a way to get more than one bidder to come down here to make a profit. Because if you've only got one bidder, you have an unfair, unwise situation that is bordering on actual moral wrongness. You are feeding a huge profit margin to people who smile at you, are glad to see you, and are happy to fuck you.
Thank you, Michael. Once again, just to kind of reiterate on the costs and why we really want this review, when the new whole complex, the new whole jail was built just a few years ago to house roughly 1,000 individuals, the cost was $150 million, $150 million. The cost for this one small complex with 89 beds is $115 million. So that is why we believe that this audit is so important. I'll say this, obviously there's a federal monitor that is involved in this particular case. The federal government has unlimited resources. I'm sure that they could assist the city in finding some type of construction expert to let us know whether these costs are appropriate or not. We certainly understand that there's been an increase in costs due to, of course, time and also everything with COVID and supply chain issues. But the fact that it has risen at such a drastic rate and so alarmingly is certainly something that should be subject to responsible review. And that's what the council is moving forward with today. I'll make a motion to approve. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Council members, we now have resolution R 23-295 by council members Morrell, Moreno, Harris, King, and Thomas, imploring on behalf of all Louisiana citizens, the Louisiana legislature to reconsider the $100 million budget cut to the Louisiana Department of Health. We need to suspend the rules to receive this resolution.
I'll move to suspend, seconded by Councilman Moreno. Please vote your machines. There you go. Five yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. I will further move to add the item to the agenda. Seconded by Councilman Moreno. Please vote your machine. Good, there you go. All right. Six yeas, no nays. It is added to the agenda. We may do discussion now, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
This is pretty straightforward as well. As many of you know, during the last legislative session, in the waning moments of the last legislative session, $100 million was cut from the Louisiana Department of Health. At the first House Health and Welfare meeting to discuss these cuts, the Department of Health and Welfare delivered devastating news, which if you've been in the legislature and dealt with the budget, a lot of the state money we appropriate actually leverages federal funds to a significant magnitude. So for those individuals who erroneously cut $100 million, they didn't just cut $100 million, they cut the matching federal dollars, which could be almost over $500 million. During that meeting, the Department of Health detailed the tremendous amount of services that would be cut to both our regular and vulnerable communities. The legislature is currently going through a series of hearings. I believe has been or will soon be a Senate Health and Welfare Committee meeting. There will be Senate Finance, House Appropriation meetings, as well as a Joint Budget Committee meeting. This resolution simply is requesting the legislature to please reconsider and find a way to allocate that money to replace the $100 million taken out. Because without that money being reinserted into the budget, it will have a devastating effect on healthcare across the entire state of Louisiana, including in New Orleans, particularly as we have such a large vulnerable population. So that's the resolution that seeks to really encourage the legislature to set aside politics and simply resolve this problem as soon as possible. I see no comments.
I'd like to be added as a co-author of the resolution.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we add Councilman Green as a co-author. Actually, you know what, Council, why don't we, who's currently up here? I think everyone's here. All right, so why don't we add the entire council as co-authors to this resolution? Is there any objection? Hearing on the entire council will be added as co-authors. That being said, I will move to approve. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The resolution is approved. The final resolution, okay, never mind, Madam Clerk.
We now have motion M23-297 by council members Morrell, Harris, and King. Directing Gilbert Montano, Chief Administrative Officer, Tom Mulligan, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, Business and External Services, Vincent Smith, Director of Capital Projects Administration, and Tammy Jackson, Director of the Department of Safety and Permits, to appear before the council's Community Development Committee on Monday, June 26th at 10 a.m. to advise the council on the status of the department and the expected time frame for obtaining internet services, to explain why services were not procured ahead of the move and what the department is doing to mitigate the impact of the lack of internet services on the public, and to answer any questions council members may have regarding the situation. We need to suspend the rules to receive this.
I'll move to suspend. Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The motions are suspended to add to the, next motion to add the item to the agenda. I'll move. Second by Councilmember Harris, please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Items added to the agenda. I believe Mr. Montano would like to provide an update before we consider this item. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you there, Mr. Mulligan. Didn't see you there, Tammy. You can come on up. Thank y'all for being here today. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, council member. Appreciate the time to let us address these issues. I'm frankly going to defer mainly to Tammy and Tom, as they are more on the ground working directly with these concerns and issues that have come up. I know Tammy did write a letter to the council prior to this meeting, but we're here to publicly describe and really advocate the enhancements that we're trying to build out throughout safety and permits, and this being a big part of the that structural move and transition. So without further ado, I'll defer now to Tammy and Tom to interject as necessary. Thank you.
Good morning. As my letter stated, we have internet services. They were limited on Tuesday, but at the afternoon, we had internet services. Llama is fully up. We have processed permits during the duration of the move. The move actually physically only occurred on Friday, but last week, the 12th through the 16th, we were not closed. We were accepting in-person reviews and directing people as in any operation on any given day. Like, you know, when there's a move, you can't anticipate all of the issues, but we did resolve them timely. We had locations where they were working remotely, they were working in code enforcement or any desk with connectivity on Tuesday. So we've been working.
And members of the council, the only other thing I might add is there was an issue, a last minute change order related to the move, but this had to do with mounting brackets for TVs. So a non-essential element of what safety and permits does. So far as I am aware, everything has been properly procured, I think is evidenced by the fact that we are now operational. Naturally, a move of this scale has complexities and difficulties. And it hasn't gone flawlessly, but I would expect no move to go flawlessly. And I can just say from my perspective, I've been satisfied with the way Tammy has handled the move over to the next, the floor across the street, which I think is an important element of a broader effort to improve the services which, and not just safety and permits provides to the public, but all of OBES. As I think some of the council members know, we've brought in an external consultant to examine safety and permits in particular, internal processes. Also, we're adding an amendment to the contract with that consultant to do a generational overhaul of permitting in New Orleans. It's no one's fault, but we're at a point where permitting, I think the common sense is in ways duplicative, too complicated, not entirely clear. And we want to take this opportunity with the establishment of OBES to overhaul permitting. And we're going to be doing that in tandem with the consultant, which is going to give us an external and unbiased perspective on what works and what doesn't work. And our hope is that as part of a commitment to improve the services we provide to the public, this new customer service floor will go some ways.
And just to buttress just briefly, we all also understand that we're in the midst of having a staff augmentation to address some of the backlog issues. I think we have 5 different agencies that are currently help supplement the backlog and some of the needs that we don't currently have staffing for. We hope to eventually get to the pinnacle of a staffing challenges that we've faced, but also another key indicator of our focus on revamping both OBES and safety and permits. As I've said in front of budget hearings, this is our checkbook for the city. This is how we make our money. This could solve so many significant economic development woes that we currently face. So we want to make sure that we're as focused and a direct impact as we possibly can. Thank you.
Before I get to Councilman Thomas, so just so the public's aware, this resolution didn't come out of anywhere. Didn't come out of nowhere, sorry. My office and many offices received a spate of complaints on Monday and Tuesday regarding the inability to obtain permits. Now, if this wasn't an issue, I will tell you from my experience, and I receive complaints much less than district offices do, there has to be a level of miscommunication and dysfunction between the people at the top and the people who are providing the services, because people were turned away and told internet's not working, and some were told it may not be working till next Wednesday. So though obviously from your perspective, the issue is resolved, it does not help the individual who showed up for a permit to then be told you're not getting one today and you may not get one till next Wednesday. Honestly, it's in a way more egregious if the internet wasn't down and you had someone sent away. I know that Councilman King has a meeting on Monday to discuss safety and permit and other issues. And I'm encouraging those people. I've told them after I received the letter, you should come to that meeting so that you could hear from them directly what their experience was. But it goes towards, I think, some of the lingering issues from my perspective with safety and permits is, and it's something we'll probably discuss on Monday, many jurisdictions when you have backlogs and moves, they're able to lean upon the temporary permit process so businesses can get up and running as quick as possible. The complaint I get all the time is I get all my other permits done from the state level, it's ATC, Department of Health. I've got everything done. My last step is New Orleans, and that's what takes me 2 weeks to open my business. And I know it's something that we're trying to address, the backlog of hiring employees. We know there's a backlog of responsiveness because we don't have the staff, but that's an us problem, not a business person's problem. And if we are going to constantly have staffing issues, which is a reality of the post-COVID environment, we have to figure out a way, and like I said, this is an ongoing discussion we'll continue to have, to be more nimble in how we respond, because it's not appropriate if someone's gone through every other part of the permitting process that we're the holdup. And to your point, Mr. Montano, and I wholeheartedly agree, we're not just hurting the business, we're hurting the city, because they're not up and running in a way that allows us to collect revenue. One of two things, three things happens. They don't open, they open without permits, so we're not getting our revenue. That's really it. They either open illegally or don't open. Those aren't acceptable outcomes. So I appreciate y'all being here today. That does resolve, I think, the resolution that we have in front of us today. I look forward to the conversations we're going to have on Monday, but Mr. Thomas has a comment.
First, I want to thank the CAO. I want to thank Ms. Jackson, and I want to thank Mr. Mulligan. You guys have been extremely responsive. Your staff works extremely hard. You know, everyone would say that public safety and fighting crime is the #1 issue. Educating our kids is the #1 issue. But when you talk about growing our economy and permitting, there has to be somewhere up there while we're fighting crime, while we're protecting our families, and while we're educating our kids. Every administration and everybody who runs for office, I know some of the commercials, one-stop shopping, 90-day permitting. This administration, you'll get your permit quicker than the last 100 years. And it never seems to happen. But the one thing that I'm tired of hearing is, I can get my permit, I can get the process done in this parish, that parish, or the other parish quicker than we can do here. Right now in New Orleans East, we've had several new businesses that have opened. We have businesses that are waiting to open because they're waiting on the permitting process. The city wants to collect its money. I don't know why, and I explained to Councilmember Morrell, we're talking earlier, is that I talked to many of you guys about how do we issue a temporary permit, especially if we know someone is not malfeasant, we know that they're in compliance, we know that they're mostly heading in the right direction. Why can't we allow them to do business? Because time is money. Why can't we allow them to employ people? Because we want more people employed. Why can't we allow them to open up their business? Because we know that this person is not trying to trick the city or cheat the city, but they're on the road to getting their license. Why can't we do that? Other communities do it. And why can't we finally make it easy to do business in the city of New Orleans? Our quest ought to be that someone can get a permit and a license quicker here than Jefferson Parish, St. Bernard Parish, Plaquemine Parish, and every other parish. And every administration has said, if you vote for us, you'll be doing business quicker. And every time we turn around, people are complaining that they're waiting longer and longer and longer. So I would hope that through this process of moving with the consultant, that at some point we figure out how to issue a temporary permit so people can start paying their taxes, employing people, and not losing money. And then secondly, how we streamline the process. And then lastly, I've talked to my staff and even me. This is so important because, we paint these pictures, but right now New Orleans is losing population. Right now, there are businesses that are opting away from us just because of the process. I'm willing to, if there's a training for me and my staff, to offer a few hours that we'll volunteer, a few hours a week, so that we can issue permits to get people open quicker and doing business quicker. If we can do that, right? That's how serious this is, because if we don't start to grow the city, then NO is just gonna mean no.
We have 3 public comment. Lily, is it Baldwin or Bolding? Okay. After Ms. Bolding, please correct me if I get your name wrong. We have Karen Cook, and then we have Michael Burnside. And that's it. That's all I have up here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Lily Bolden, and I reside at 8727 Mark Street. There's a blotted house that's next to me at 872325 Mark Street, and it's been blotted since the storm Katrina. Nobody's doing anything to it. Every now and then they come and they cut the grass. And the other morning we woke up and there was somebody coming out the house. We have at least 75% homeowners in the Mid-City Hollywood area. We own our own homes, try to keep everything up. And I'm wondering why this one house has not had anything done to it. It's right next to my house. And then another thing, we have the school bus is tearing up our streets between Monroe, Eagle, that it was the Benjamin once the Benjamin Elementary School, but it's another name now. And the school buses are coming along the streets, running, tearing up our streets. If they're not gonna fix the streets, at least let the city come and repair the potholes that the school bus are tearing up the streets with. We got big potholes in the street, and they had reported the repairs of the street in that area about 4 years ago. Potholes has still not been covered. At least if they're not gonna fix the streets, let them come and do something with the potholes so the buses won't continue shaking up our homes, continually tearing up the streets. And another thing, since the storm, I've had my house leveled 2 times. I've called contractors to come and give me another price on leveling the house. They had all of these contractors that came through the city after the hurricane, and they just took the homeowners' money. They have did the work, and we just keep on putting money into our homes for leveling. The buses are tearing them up, and we really don't have hardly no money not allocated for us to level up our homes. Is there any funds available for seniors to have their homes leveled? Is there any money available anywhere within the city that we can have our houses leveled?
We will investigate the leveling issue for you. One of my staffers will come out to you on that blighted house. Recently, we changed the law on blighted houses. If that house does not have water and that house does not have electricity, it doesn't matter if they cut the grass anymore. So one of my staff will come out to you, get the information. We'll make sure a complaint is filed, but if they don't have power and they don't have water, the city can come and find them, and they can't just fix it by cutting the grass anymore. So we're trying to target these blighted houses next to homeowners who are living and investing in their property. Because it's not right for you to be trying to fix up your house while somebody has a house from Katrina that's empty and just sitting there not doing anything. So I'll have a staffer come out to you on that. We'll investigate the issue on leveling for you, and we'll get the information on the bus as well. So I'll send somebody out there to get the information from you.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming
Have
today.
a blessed day.
Okay, so I'll be out there right in a second for you.
Okay.
Next we have Miss Karen Cook. And after Miss Cook, we have Mr. Burnside. Ms. Cook? Going. Mr. Burnside, come on up.
I find myself in agreement with many people. I also think the school buses are tearing up the place. In regards to safety and permits, we all sort of ignore what happened after Hard Rock Hotel collapse, but there was basically a turnover of inspectors. I think that it's kind of like the police department. It might be worth somebody's time sending a person around to talk to the lowest level people and just ask them, hey, what's your life like? And why do you stay employed with the city? What's good about it? And what are your options? Where are you thinking of going if you leave here? In regards to the reason I came up here was to talk about Orleans Tower. The move to Orleans Tower seems to be the sort of go-to solution for a lot of different little problems that crop up. The Public Integrity Bureau of the police department's over in Orleans Tower. So is the new homeless guy. He's over in Orleans Tower. I think it's really not in the long-term interest of the city to become a renter. I think that the city owns a large number of properties, most notably the old VA hospital, which it has owned since 2012 when the federal government gave it to them. They could be renovated for the money that we're paying rent, and we could be inside of our own property. We own a lot of property in a lot of different places. This will not be a solution, but the second floor of the Union Passenger Train Station is basically vacant and owned by the city. The city owns a lot of land. Some of it uses it, like Sanger Theater. Some of it does not use, like the Poland Avenue ex-Navy complex. But whatever it owns, it's not using it as well as it should be. And I think paying rent at Orleans Tower may be very, very convenient, but I don't think it's a long-term wise solution.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Mr. Green.
There are certainly always going to be concerns expressed by citizens relative to the speed of permits and the speed of getting certain work done. As the former head of economic development, I can tell you that we talked about it 25 years ago. What can we do to get a permit process in place that allows you to just go in and get a permit? But then at the same time, many times those things happen and processes speed up, and then the public and the media bash the city for not making sure that the time is taken to make sure that all of the I's were dotted and all of the T's crossed. I think, certainly the Director of Safety and Permits and the Director of Code Enforcement can speak for themselves, but at the end of the day, I think that it's important to recognize that some of the challenges and some of the hesitations that are in place is because we as a member of the public demand such. We sometimes don't want to see something issued in an extremely expedited manner because it doesn't give us a chance to have the various agencies that we've chosen to overlook permits in our city, the HDLC, the City Planning Commission, the neighborhood conservation groups and all to have an input. So I don't have a conclusion, and I look forward to Monday's meeting. But I have been around for 25 years, and I can tell you that honestly, a lot of the pressure on permitting has to do with neighborhoods and some of their very valid concerns relative to who's going to do business in the neighborhood and how it's going to be done. And they want to make sure that there's oversight and significant involvement. I do want to take an opportunity, because this is not necessarily an adversarial process, to say that I appreciate the work of safety and permits and also especially code enforcement relative to my office's desire to address certain very important issues in our district. Now, certainly District D is a little bit less complicated than others because we don't have oversight by a lot of other agencies other than the Lakefront Management Authority. But I've had decent results when people have needed a permit to do business. They've been able to get it in a timely manner. And if not, they would call our office and we did get a good response. I do want to laud the Office of Code Enforcement for the demolitions that are taking place in our district because they're making a tremendous difference in our community about how people feel about themselves. Properties that have been in place since before Katrina is blighted are being addressed right now. So without me having a conclusion and looking forward to Monday's meeting, I will just say it's important to recognize that many of the concerns relative to the expediting of permits has to do with what we as the public and as the council have put in place, not necessarily in terms of roadblocks, but in terms of oversight that we want to see happen. But I look forward to working with your two offices, continuing to work with them as we address the concerns of our citizens, making sure that their concerns are satisfied while we also look forward to expediting and flowing with the flow and going with the flow of businesses. And I will say this one thing. I've been the head of economic development for the city. I've been the head of small and emerging business development. I've been a developer. I've been involved with real estate. Some of the issues that people think that we have that other parishes don't have is part of an urban legend, because there are as many people who complain about the process of doing business in other areas, not maybe as many because we're a much bigger city, but in light of those complaints, it's important to recognize that there are others who complain about the speed of granting permits in other parishes. So we just need to recognize that that is a concern that is not just particular to Orleans Parish, but doesn't mean that we can't do better, and we will do better. But I don't think that people wake up in the morning and safety and permits and code enforcement and say, let me do everything that I can to delay you getting a permit. I think that there are people who are very sincere in those offices, and I've worked with them and look forward to continuing to work with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I sincerely appreciate y'all being here today. With your answers, I don't think that this resolution is necessary, so it'll be withdrawn. Thank you for your time, and that concludes this item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Vice President.
Council members, we're now going to the top of page 22. Ordinance calendar number 34,017 has been deferred to August the 10th and referred to the Governmental Affairs Committee.
So ordered.
The legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,124 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to ordain sections 114-400, 114-401, 114-402, 1-114-403, 1-114-404, 114-405, 114-406, 114-407, 114-408, 114-409, 114-410, 114-411, 114-412, 114-413, 114-414, 114-415, and 114-416 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish definitions, procedures, and rights relevant to the collective bargaining for employees of the City of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment to this ordinance, which I will not read because it has been advertised. But what I will say is the brief that what this amendment does. It says the amendment is to clarify definitions, procedures, and rights relative to the collective bargaining for employees of the City of New Orleans.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll also mention that the amendment is also like 10 pages long at least. So I think that's another reason maybe you opted not to read it. And I'll say that the amendment has been obviously part of the agenda for everyone to read. And it really is what is now the main instrument. We're going to take this as a legislative grouping. Obviously, the ordinance is a big piece to it, and then there's other smaller pieces to it that are other pieces of legislation to the right to organize overall legislative package. So before we take up the amendment, let me just make a few comments. First of all, I'm really proud to bring forward this particular piece of legislation because it's focused on addressing some of the most important quality of workplace improvements that we can make for our City of New Orleans employees. I think that we can all up here agree that it's really long past time that we empower our city employees to build a better workplace in order to better serve our city. For far too long, our city government has really talked the talk on employee morale and workplace improvement, but failed to really walk the walk. Employees have felt that they have no voice and that they have no formal process to organize around common goals. City employees often believe that the suggested improvements that they bring forward to make their working conditions better often fall upon deaf ears, leading to degraded morale, which fundamentally affects the quality of services provided to the public. We also actually have data that backs up this particular notion in our employee surveys. And what our employee surveys had shown is that the lack of really feeling like you have a voice in the workplace is partly to blame for low morale in the workplace. When I was elected, I set out to change all of this and to build a more cohesive, collaborative, and constructive workplace for the hardworking people of city government. So often our city colleagues toil and they struggle against challenges that are some internal and some external because they want to work for the city, because they believe in public service and they want to make the city better for all of us living here. They deserve the recognition and dignity of the opportunity to organize and to voice their ideas for a better New Orleans. And that is what we're going to be beginning today. Across this country, we know that organized workplaces are more productive, they have stronger benefits, create more economic equity and across racial and gender lines, and produce happier employees. Our employees and our citizens deserve our very best efforts to build a better workplace. So in the last year, my office has really engaged with advocates and city employees to create a clear, formal process for the existing opportunity to collectively bargain. Our legislation, the Right to Organize ordinance, codifies existing employee rights, protects them from intimidation or retaliation, identifies clear lines of communication, and creates a process for engagement with the administration. Yet we all know bargaining is really just the beginning. In our current system, which is unchanged in this legislation, any agreement between employees and the administration must pass through several legally required steps to become a reality. Petitions must be sent to and accepted by the Civil Service Board, the mayor, and then the city council must sign off on the agreement, and the council must allocate any funding for an agreement to be satisfied. These are critical checkpoints to ensure fair and equitable deals are struck and the priorities of the people of New Orleans are sustained above all. We all want better public services and more effective city government. When we work together, when everyone has a voice and is heard, we can move farther and faster than we have ever imagined. And that is why I'm proud to offer this legislation today and proud to partner with our city employees for a much better tomorrow. Thank you. So let me go ahead and first approve the amendment. This is seconded by Councilmember Morel. This is just on the amendment. Just waiting on the machines. All right, 5 yeas, no nays. So the amendment is approved, which means that the overall ordinance is in the proper posture now. Does anyone want to make any opening statements? If not, I'll go straight to public comment. All right, let's go public comment. First is Emily. Come on up. I'm having trouble reading your last name. It looks like. Come on up. Emily Stack. Come on up.
Thank you. I'm Emily Statt. I live at 2814 Fortin Street in Councilmember Giarrusso's district. As a city worker for the last 8 years and a founding member of NOCWOC, New Orleans City Workers Organizing Committee, I want to first thank, sorry, I'm all very excited after hearing your comments, Councilmember Moreno. The city council members, particularly Councilmember Moreno and Morel, for their support for our unionizing efforts. And I also want to thank Councilmember Moreno's staff for their work during this process, drafting and revising this ordinance, and also always centering city workers. That's been a really incredible process to witness and learn from. So I also want to thank the other people that got us here as well, including the other city workers who are present today, the wall of green behind me, as well as AFSCME staff and all of our allies who supported us through many fights the last couple of years. Before COVID, during COVID, after COVID, all of that. Thank you to everyone who's gotten us here today. It hasn't always been the case that our voices have been heard. So we really do appreciate it. But together today, we can change that. And I really appreciate that. Among the many things that this ordinance does, it clarifies and codifies the rights that we already have and allows us a voice and a right to improve our workplaces. And through that, hopefully the efficiency of our city services. It puts in writing the rights we already have, which on occasion have been denied to us, It states unequivocally that we have the right to talk to our coworkers about union membership and actions without fear of retaliation, and that we have the right to communicate with our union reps while at the workplace. It puts to rest the idea that organizing is shady or secret work. This will help us build a work culture that knows that organized workers are invested workers, because we are invested. We live in the city we serve. We utilize the same resources that we provide as any other citizen does. We spend our salaries here. So the more of y'all you can, more of us you can hire, the more that money stays in the city.
Emily, start to wrap it up.
Thank you. All right. And I just want to say that there are thousands of city workers who are not here today, who are working, who are keeping the city running. So this is just a small handful, and we're lucky to represent those who could not be here today. So I urge you to pass this ordinance today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Next up, Lee Abbott. And just so everyone understands, we are taking comment on what is a legislative grouping. So that's going to be 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D. And I'm looking at all your cards. You did it all very appropriately. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Abbott.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lee Abbott. I'm a resident of 4939 Painter Street. I'm a library worker for the New Orleans Public Library, a union member, and co-chair of the New Orleans City Workers Organizing Committee, or NOCWOC. When my union comrades and I came before the council in late February, we were here to address the problem of city departments denying workers their rights to union representation. But even more, we testified to the failure of our city government to affirm its employees' union rights that we had only in theory, that depended entirely on the whim of each mayoral administration to accept or enact upon. Because of that situation, it took at least 2.5 years for the mayor to recognize any union for city employees. We are very happy that this right to organize ordinance establishes an enforceable process for union recognition and a timeline for the council and mayor to recognize unionization efforts. The inclusion of the labor relations advisor to oversee and mediate terms under this ordinance makes this legislation with teeth. A strong union of public employees strengthens our services, improves our working conditions and our ability to serve our community, and serves to reduce racial and gender inequality between public and private sector workers. According to the Economic Policy Institute, quote, Black and Latino workers earn more in local government than in the private sector in states where public employees are required to bargain with workers. Likewise, as we know, union jobs raise the wage floor for all workers, private and public sector. In a city with wide and growing racial wealth disparities, codifying public sector union rights is something every New Orleanian should want. It is a testament to the spirit of organized city workers and the spirit of solidarity with everyone here today to support this. Since 2020, that we have rebuilt our unions and organizing committees and carried on the fight for our rights. It is a testament to this council that you are willing to act for workers' rights when previous councils have simply not taken the issue seriously. Once this ordinance passes, city employees' rights will be affirmed and enforceable. And thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you, everyone here.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Joseph Colon, followed by Michael Burnside.
Buenas tardes, y mi nombre es Joseph A. Colon, as the outgoing co-chair of the New Orleans City Workers Organizing Committee, NOCWOC, and former city worker in the City Planning Commission. I am grateful that this ordinance is being voted today. Thankful for Council Pres Elena Moreno and her staff for leading the collaborative working sessions. We were honored to integrally contribute to make sure this legislation crosses its I's and dots its T's. And so we're appreciative for the consideration of all of you on the council today. With the full weight of my experiences as a labor organizer, former New Orleans resident, and CNO city worker, I emphatically urge you all to say yay on this legislation to bring some joy in the morning for city workers. Having seen the unjust conditions workers have faced, from everything from lack of ACs on their working trucks, understaffed city departments like in EMS and land use offices, the managerial class and willingness to collaboratively work with employees to hire and fully staff city departments so that we as city workers can serve our fellow residents, to the discriminatory retaliation I personally face. This type of ordinance, as we know, was needed yesteryear. Especially the provisions for mediation and good faith bargaining provisions, which would have had expedited our efforts as NOCWAC to get AFSCME to represent workers in a union. And instead of again waiting 2 years for an MOU to be signed by the mayor's office. No more unaccountable handshake agreements. Thank God. The ordinance will be a boon to city workers' benefits, interests, and protections, and hopefully be a template for workers across New Orleans to know their labor rights and form their own unions. So people can live full and holistic lives like the drag queens we saw earlier with their families and communities. Workers know their codified rights, can ensure it works for them and their needs, and the LRA position as a further tool to actually effectuate these policies. Because we know if there isn't accountability, it ain't gonna happen. So I'm here today to hold y'all elected officials accountable so as to represent the citizens and pass the right to organize legislative package. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Michael Burnside, followed by Felix Allen.
Councilman Thomas taught me not to name names, so I will say that there was a past city employee who worked at City Planning Commission who helped me a great deal, and I am grateful to follow him here to this microphone. And at the same time, I find myself in disagreement with his youthful and hopeful attack on injustice. I was a public school teacher employee and a union member for 10 years of my life. My father was a unionized carpenter and worked on federal projects throughout the Northwest. My grandfather was a unionized coal miner and died of black lung. I'm fairly aware of the unjust nature of the common workplace experience that is the American worker's life. I do not believe that collective bargaining is a solution to that problem. We have now a commission who allowed a ranking police officer to return to her job despite her admission to having lied and physically changed the tachometer on her car because of a T that wasn't crossed and an I that wasn't dotted. Legalism and adversarial conflict between workers and management generally just rewards lawyers. It generally does not reward either management or workers. Workers usually aren't particularly good lawyers, and management amazingly isn't either. So I think that really what's happening in the workforce has already happened in the capitalistic effort to employ non-city workers to do city work. Namely, contracts are designed to make mayoral elections irrelevant. So we have, for instance, a 99-year lease with the Southern Yacht Club out there on property owned by the city. You can't do anything if somebody's got a 99-year lease.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Felix Allen, followed by Simonette Berry.
Good morning, y'all. My name is Felix Allen. I'm not a city worker, but I work at the Lowe's on Elysian Fields. I'm a union organizer there. And I just wanted to speak in support of all the folks here so that they can, unlike me, they don't have to deal with illegal union busting, retaliation. And I want them to have the right to collective bargaining and to be able to organize the way they should be able to. I know from firsthand experience, I'm on a final warning right now for as a result of organizing that began last October. I've been kicked out of the break room while talking to coworkers about organizing. I've been followed around in the parking lot, so that sucks. And the folks, who work in our departments of public works, who work in sanitation and libraries and schools and all the other vital parts of our city, they shouldn't have to deal with that stuff, and they deserve to be paid fairly for their hard work, and they deserve to have adequately staffed departments and such. So again, just wanted to thank y'all for your consideration of this ordinance. And yeah, want to stand in solidarity of all these folks here today, because not only do they deserve to get paid fairly, but it'll also, if city workers are paid fairly, that'll raise the wages for everyone else, which includes folks like me at Lowe's, folks at McDonald's, folks at Home Depot. So again, thank y'all for your time today. Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Ms. Berry, followed by, I think this looks like Lindgren Kong. Go ahead, May.
Hi, everyone. My name is Simonette Berry, and I'm the Assistant Business Agent of IATSE Local 478. I represent film and television workers below the line in Louisiana, Southern Mississippi, and Mobile, Alabama. I started in New Orleans as an artist, and I entered the film industry, and being part of a union completely changed my life. And I believe in unions, and now I'm a union rep. So I kind of put my money where my mouth was. I'm here with other members of the AFL-CIO today to support this ordinance. What do we all want in a job? We want to be treated fairly. We want to have a good relationship with our employer, and we want job security, right? The people who work for the city of New Orleans are unique, like this city is, and dedicated, and unlike anyone else. They've kept our city running through hurricanes, through tornadoes, through fires, pandemics, and political strife. They've seen many leadership styles come and go over the years, and they've kept our city afloat and done their jobs. We depend on them for so much in our lives, and today they're depending on us for something, to make sure they're treated fairly at work, no matter who is in power. New Orleans City employees deserve the right to organize free of interference, the ability to be recognized as a bargaining unit, and the opportunity to negotiate a fair contract. They should also be able to feel secure in their jobs while they do this, by allowing them to peacefully work towards improving their wages and working conditions. You, our city leaders, are supporting workers' rights on a larger scale, which is commendable. This ordinance would prove a strong example for other cities and industries also to help strengthen the labor movement overall by helping recognize the power and importance of collective bargaining. We applaud you and commend you, Helena Moreno, and everyone on the council for bringing this forward. I believe this is something great for our city, the beginning of something great. We look forward to continuing to support this and other organizing efforts throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindgren Kong, followed by Claude Schlesinger.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Lindgren, and I am here on behalf of the nurses at Tulane Medical Center and National Nurses United, the nation's largest nurses union with over 225,000 members. We strongly support the right to collective bargaining ordinance. City workers make our city run and deserve to have a voice in the decisions that affect their lives. Nurses know that it is our city's EMT workers who are bringing patients to us in their worst moments. EMT workers deserve dignified working conditions so they can continue to provide the vital services that they do. Of course, city workers also staff our libraries and keep our infrastructure intact. The kinds of services that they provide are endless, and they deserve to be able to exercise the right to advocate for themselves and advocate for all of us. We know that all of New Orleans benefit when the workers who make our city run have a seat at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schlesinger, followed by Chip Fleetwood.
Thank you, Council. Claude Schlesinger for the Fraternal Order of Police. We represent over 90% of the active New Orleans police officers in the city. And we're very much in favor of this ordinance. We appreciate what the council has done and is doing to improve retention in the New Orleans Police Department, the working conditions of the men and women there. We appreciate that all you do for us as officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip Fleetwood. And then Tiger Hammond. Hey, Chip.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chip Fleetwood representing Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO, which is composed of 55 unions and also the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. I just want to say thank you. This is huge. Currently, right now, 71% of workers feel like there should be a union in the workplace. That's the most since 1965. But yet, there's only about 10% that are actually in a union. It's a lot of people that stop that, right? There's a lot of people that oppose what we stand for. So the fact that you did this in making our city lead by example, or showing that you're leading by example, to do this, we really appreciate that. And just to let you know, we got a lot of labor leaders here in the back, from the electricians, Andy O'Brien, the plumbers. We brought the crew. So I really appreciate it. We stand 100% in solidarity with our brothers and sisters here, with Knock-Walk and ASME. So with that being said, thank you so much, Councilmember Moreno. We really appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Fleetwood. Tiger Hammond. Followed by Karen Cook.
Thank you,
Tiger.
Councilman Moreno. Thank you, members of this council. Tiger Hammond, President of the Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO, 837 North Carrollton Avenue. The building, our office, been there for over 40 years, and we proud to be still here in the city of New Orleans. We, on behalf of our 16,000 Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO members and 55 different unions, that Chip said, we probably have 15 to 20 different union representatives that back there that are in support of this ordinance, rising support. And we ask and urge each and every member to please vote for this, because when you have language in there like the NLRB, which under city and the city laws and being under this environment, this will be good, because now you'll be able to join, as you said here, and form and have a union without being threatened, coerced, intimidated, as that young man said before in his workplace. It's a shame when people have to go through that they said they're gonna lose their job, will shut down your department. So we rise in support of this, and I just want to say this: when this does pass, Jefferson Parish, St. Bernard Parish, we won't have to reinvent the wheel. We have the language right here to make sure that city employees and parish employees have the same rights that we want to have right here, and we thank you.
Thank you, Tiger. Karen Cook, followed by Britton Forsyth.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Cook. I'm a sanitation worker, labor.
And I'm Irene Taylor, sanitation worker, equipment operator.
We also are union members of ASME, Council 17, Local 2349. We came to give thanks to you for investing in the city of New Orleans by prioritizing public service workers and thus public service with this legislation. By giving city employees a voice on the job, we will be taking the right steps to improving morale, identifying the policies that impact us, and improving quality of city services. Our rights to organize directly addresses our recruitment and retention of the people that keeps this city running. Sanitation will greatly benefit from the rights to organize. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then Britton Forsyth.
Hey y'all, I'm Britton Forsyth. I'm the legislative coordinator for Step Up Louisiana. We're just here, I'll keep it short. We're in full support of this ordinance. We're very proud to stand with Knock-Walk and other labor organizations, and we're excited to see this pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Britton. All right, what I'm going to read next are individuals who are in support but wishing not to speak. So I'm going to read out their names now. Rodney Wallace, Ernest Cortez, Keith Black, Jonathan Talbot, Mike Ellers, Jazz Lekick, Shannon Waters, Kyle Leger, Ronnie Roser, Emmanuel Mitchell, Andrew O'Brien, Josh Saunier, Chris LaFleur, Maximino Perdomo, Leslie Harvell, Javier Garcia. Those are all in support. Let me take some, you know what, look, do we have online comment too? Okay, how many?
25.
You have 45. Okay, here's
No,
what we're gonna do. For
25.
the online comment, I'm gonna take 10 minutes of Anita reading the online comment, and then the rest are going to be put on the record. So if you are interested in reading the rest of the online comments, you're just going to go to our agenda from today. Once it's archived, and you'll be able to see all of the different comments so that they'll be posted publicly for everyone to see. Anita, you can start, put your clock at 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, it's just 25. I should be able to get through them. First comment is from Ryan Smith. As an employee of New Orleans EMS, I'd like to support the efforts of my coworkers in creating a union to protect our rights in the workplace, but also to bring into consideration that although we are often an overlooked link in the public safety chain, we deserve the same considerations given to the other departments. Avery Smith says, I wish to voice my support for the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Ivy Malloy says, I support the ordinance presented in hope of empowering workers and strengthening our team through the improvement of working conditions. Brendan Chase says, I fully support the right for New Orleans EMS workers to unionize for better working conditions for their employees. Results from collective bargaining can aid in reducing burnout, increasing retention, and ultimately bettering patient care across the city of New Orleans. Angie Bader says, I support the drafted ordinance for New Orleans EMS unionization and want to be able to implement my rights to labor organizing to improve my workplace conditions. Melissa Fleming says, as an employee of the New Orleans Public Library and as a citizen concerned for workers' rights across the board, I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. This ordinance will be a huge win for all workers, unionized or not, if the city council adopts the ordinance with the above in mind. Jason Cruz says, I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Amanda Fallis says, I write today to fully support this clarifying ordinance, treating workers like equals that have rights fundamental to a functioning society and a city that runs well. There is no reason to avoid bargaining with employees that care about their positions, and I fully support this ordinance as long as union members are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. We wouldn't want a union if we didn't want to stay and make things better for New Orleans, and this ordinance makes sure we can. Brenda Flora comments, I want to voice my support for the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. The ordinance has the power to make better workplaces for all of us. Ariel Farrar says, if we had this in 2018, our current city institutions would be stronger and better. Workers would have been retained, so there would be more well-trained, experienced employees. Our jobs would be better in many ways. This would have protected city workers in the past. Let it protect workers and our public institutions in the future. Raymond Wolf comments with ordinance 34-124 by Moreno and Morel. I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Aaron Dunsey says, I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Emmett Ludi says, I support the right to bargain as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible. Patrick Dario says, I want to say, first of all, thank you to all the city workers who make everything in New Orleans possible. You deserve everything for all that you do. And I want to let you know that I stand in solidarity with you forever. Your rights as workers set the floor for everyone else who works in this city. And as someone who believes firmly in the right for all workers to organize, it's imperative that the city recognizes and supports you in your efforts to do so. I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. I support the efforts of the New Orleans City Workers Organizing Committee, and I hope that City Council listens to your demands today. I am Proud to call many of you my friends. Solidarity forever. Gregory Jean says we support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Eric Johns comments, it's important to make city workers already established right to union representation as an actionable possibility. Vote for democracy in the workplace, vote yes. Tiffany French says, hello, please vote yes. On the right to organize ordinance, our city employees should be able to work together to have better lives. A rising tide lifts all boats. Thank you. Joshua Smith comments, city employees devote entire careers to serving the community, careers that span across many city administrations. I've been with the city for more than 10 years and through the tenure of 3 mayors. City workers deserve collective bargaining rights that are codified into law and not a handshake deal with each administration. I've worked both with and without a contract during my time with the city because of these deals. We devote our lives to public service and we deserve a seat at the table. Lisa Foster says, I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Elizabeth Soychak says, I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. Thank you, dear council members, for your consideration. Leslie Bean says, my name is Leslie Bean, paramedic at New Orleans EMS, and I support the drafted ordinance to codify workers' rights for myself, my coworkers in EMS, and everyone employed by the city of New Orleans. By laying out rules for and hiring an LRA, we can finally begin to make progress in our efforts to unionize. Earlier this year, AFSCME laid out a presentation to the city council about some of the challenges they have faced from the city ignoring or refusing to interact with them. To this day, the mayor's office has yet to meet with AFSCME or workers representing the EMS department, despite having the needed majority of employees on board. We still have a lot of work to do to make New Orleans a union-friendly city, as Councilmember Morrell stated during that last meeting. I can't help but wonder how much less employee attrition we might have had of our city employees over the last few years if we had a similar document in place before. Having the framework for how unions can function in city government to protect workers will ultimately benefit all citizens, and I hope we can count on your support today to help pass this badly needed and desired ordinance. Thank you. Next comment is from Remy Moreau, says, I support the drafted ordinance and want to be able to implement my rights to labor organizing to improve my workplace conditions. Erica Zucker, representing Workplace Justice Project at Loyola Law Clinic, says, good morning. I am the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Workplace Justice Project at Loyola Law Clinic. I've also served on the city's Equal Pay Advisory Committee. I'm sorry that I'm unable to be here in person today. The right to bargain collectively and have a voice in the workplace is an essential right for workers and recognizes the dignity of work. It is well established that unionized workers have greater economic security and more equitable workplaces than their non-unionized peers. Unions help to bridge the racial and gender pay gaps, particularly in public sector jobs where Black and brown workers and women workers are able to achieve economic security, often unavailable in similar private sector jobs. City workers have been organized for decades, but this legislation formally recognizes that right and will ensure that workers with their unions will actually sit down and bargain to set wages and working conditions in a timely manner. The city will no longer be able to keep its workers on a never-ending to-do list. By enacting these collective bargaining positions, the city council says several important things loud and clear. City workers are essential to the functioning of the city, and they must be accorded voice and dignity because of that. The right to unionize and act collectively must be honored by timely and effective bargaining and enforcement of workplace rights. Workers' dignity and economic security are an important value in the city of New Orleans. By codifying the right to collective bargaining, the city is setting an example which we hope will be followed by other employers to make the city one where workers are treated with the respect and security they deserve. Thank you, especially to Councilmember Moreno, for your hard work on this and for standing with New Orleans workers. And thank you for standing up for city workers. Nancy Abear says I'm in favor of the freedom to organize and I support the right to bargain ordinance as long as unions are free to decide which employees are eligible for membership. And that's the last online comment.
Okay, perfect. We got through all of them. Let me go ahead and take comments from council members, beginning with Councilmember Green.
Councilmember Moreno, and I applaud you, staff, and the members of the council who've been involved with the drafting of these amendments and also this collective bargaining piece. But I've got to go out of my way to say thank you to the members of organized labor for what you've done to make this ordinance possible, but also to just make our city and our nation a better nation. I am so pleased to have grown up in a household that included two members of organized labor. My parents were both educators and members of United Teachers of New Orleans. And I remember some of their discussions about not just wages, but also working conditions, but also how they could work more collectively to even make the environment better for students. And sometimes we don't think about the fact that union workers are committed to their jobs and also to enhancing the quality of life for those who serve. I look forward to collective bargaining and also just the union involvement with our city to result in even more services for our citizens to enhance their quality of life. Many times, unfortunately, because the media does so, they think about unions and they think about just strikes. They think about adverse, actions, but there's so much more that unions do. They also help to fill jobs. Right now in the city of New Orleans, we have a bit of a concern. I don't like to use that word crisis. We have too many vacant positions in our city, but we have our citizens demanding services. I believe that collective bargaining and also the work of the organized labor movement will help us to fill those jobs so that we can provide services to our citizens that they are asking for and deserve. And I encourage members of organized labor to recognize how important of a concern that is. And I know that I bring it up often in terms of these vacant positions at the city of New Orleans, but those positions need to be filled. And it's not all just based on wages. Many of our citizens would like to see security and also like to see enhancements to the workplace be available so that they can consider filling those jobs. And if we can fill those jobs and we can have more activity involving organized labor in our city, I think that we as a city will be, I know that we as a city will be much better off. So I just want to, again, thank members of organized labor for the work that you do. I am so pleased that my household included two members of organized labor who made a difference, and the teachers of our city made a tremendous difference in our city. But thank you, and I look forward to favorably voting on this ordinance and also to being available to work in whatever capacity that I can as a member of the council and a very concerned citizen, and again, a son of union members, to make our city better using the benefits that are involved with collective bargaining and organized labor. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank all of the organizers and union members. As I was listening to the comments of the people who spoke, some people think it's just about money, but I think we're in the age or period in history right now where there's greater disrespect for working class people and employees than ever before. But it wasn't always just about money. It was about conditions. It was about benefits. It was about treatment. I never thought that I would have to defend my position in terms of unions, but I'm at an age and a point in my life where I know that you can't tear somebody else down to lift yourself up. And for the men and women who were here, it was represented to me on two occasions that my position was misrepresented in a meeting about maybe where I was and how I felt. I don't know why someone would do that. I don't know why someone would say that. I don't know why someone would speak for me if I wasn't there. But let me tell you about Oliver Thomas, right? Not because of a political labor movement, but for the people who sat at my dinner table and people who were family and friends. Nat LaCour, Mitch Ledette, Shank Henry, my aunt Leontine Luke, my uncle, Professor Richard English, my mother, Neonette Thomas with CWA. So union and supporting working class people, it don't have to be political for me. It's about the blood in my vein. It's about how we live. And it's about how we move this city forward. And let me say this, Because if you want to keep it real, we need to be honest, even amongst unions. Fertile ground, the foundation for growth of union is in Orleans Parish. The fertile ground for growth in union is in Orleans Parish. It's where most of the Black and brown people work. It's where most of the Black and brown people live. And I would hope that maybe why this may be political for some people, I would hope that we would create a union movement so strong that little brown babies, boys and girls, and little Black babies, boys and girls would not look at union as an option, but look at union as the only way. I would hope, and let me say this to my union brothers and sisters out there. I would hope that this fertile ground, this foundation for union would be so strong that we move our headquarters back in Orleans Parish, that we would open up satellite office in Orleans Parish, and that we would be not across the boundaries for the people who experience the growth in the foundation, but next door to the people who are the future of the union movement. You know.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. As many of you who know me, I know my Utno folks in particular know my mom served as a school teacher and principal in the Orleans Parish public school system for almost 30 years. And I think there's a direct correlation between the difficulty of hiring teachers in New Orleans to the way teachers were treated post-Katrina. I think that when you look at the city of New Orleans, I will tell you, and I know I speak for a lot of my colleagues, we have all been subjected to a tremendous amount of fear mongering about unions as we consider this resolution. And what I found comical, and I say that out loud, comical, is that one of the common threads was, well, I mean, unionization, you know, the state of police and trash pickup in the city is so bad. And every time someone go, they aren't unionized. The things you're complaining about that don't give you the response or don't give you the type of work product you want, all these groups you're complaining about are not unionized. So as you're telling me that this is your problem, you're really proving my point. The one group you don't complain about is the firemen. Did you know they're unionized? So, I mean, I will tell you that something that I know I've seen myself, we have an administration that always talks about the difficulty of hiring people because of the great resignation, which, as y'all know, that's the shorthand from business people and the public sector saying that post-COVID, people just don't want to work. And what I will tell you, I know my friends from Unite here know I use them as an example all the time. At the convention center of the city of New Orleans, where the workers there are unionized post-COVID, everyone showed up to work. Every single person. The convention center was fully staffed for every single event post-COVID. Now, the same company that ran the convention center also ran the Superdome. At the Superdome, they weren't unionized. In every single event, they had to cancel because no one would go to work there. That's not the fault. There is no great resignation. What has happened post-COVID is people know what they're worth. They are not going to take 50 cents when they're entitled to $50. And what happened was people during COVID had that moment where they looked at the job that they were doing and said, I'm not going back to work for pennies when I know I'm worth more than that. A lot of my colleagues up here, Councilman Gray in particular, do a great job of advertising the jobs that are available in the city, and we can't fill them. The reason why, one of the reasons why we can't fill them is because these are not unionized positions. And we have an issue where the city, which is why we're here today, is hostile towards unions. I have to explain to people, and I'll do it again right now, it's opportunity. Civil service and unions are not the same thing. They are not. When I hear people say, well, what happens, you know, when this person does this bad thing and we can't fire them? I go, you talking about a civil service problem, not a union problem. And people conflate the two. What unions fight for is they fight for people to get paid what they're owed. They fight for people to take family leave so that when a baby is born, the mother, the father, the two mothers, the two fathers, whoever can take time to bond with their child. These are real basic things that you would think after hundreds of years of having unions, we still wouldn't have to fight for them. We still have to fight about child labor with unions right now in this day and age. So we are a blue city in a sea of red. We are a democratic city that supports unionization. And I am so excited to be here today with Council Vice President Moreno with this ordinance, because this solves a problem forever. Because you would think we wouldn't have to do something like this, but we're doing it today because in this blue city that is pro-union, our workers are not being treated properly in government. And we're going to solve that forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you. You know, one of the questions I think we get asked a lot of times by residents is, what can we do? How do we get involved? How do we stay engaged? And one of my typical answers is be loud and make sure that you're organized. And I can't think of a better way for people to protect their interests than by having a union where they can be loud and be organized. And that is the way that workers have a balance of power against their employer. You don't have it individually all the time. You have it collectively. That's exactly right. It's all you put your hands together like this. You have it. You knew where I was headed. You have it collectively. And I think what Councilmember Morell said is right, in that we've heard so much about great resignation and why people don't want to work necessarily with the city. But if we provide the atmospherics where people say, this is a good place to work, your opinion is going to be respected, your dignity is going to be recognized, we are going to pay you a livable wage, we are going to make sure that you have time off, we are going to make sure that you have holidays that are honored. All of those are things that unions have consistently brought, and I think what we want to do to encourage people to work inside city government. So thank you, Councilmember Moreno, for bringing this, and I look forward to continue to work on this issue.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. All right, I see no more comments from the dais. Just real quick, I want to say this to all of the different union reps and advocates who work with my staff so diligently over the past several months. Thank you, because this was not an easy process. I know you're shaking your head. If you all look through the agenda, you're seeing just like the comprehensive different nuanced changes that needed to be made. I also want to thank Adam Swensick and Anita Curran, who also assisted as well. Because it's like, you know, I think everybody had different type of legal eyes looking at this, but for Adam to come in and Anita as well to say, it's like, wait, hang tight. We need to like fix some things over here to make it proper and something that's actually going to work for the city of New Orleans was really valuable. So thank you all so much for your assistance. But more than anything, I do want to thank my chief of staff, Andrew Tuazolo. Yeah. And I do want to thank Sadie Finkel as well on my staff. Both of them, you know, worked so diligently on this. They cared about this piece of legislation so much. I cared about this piece of legislation so much because we care about you. And we care about every single person that works for the city of New Orleans, for the people of the city, trying to make New Orleans a better place for all of us. So this is for you. Hopefully it passes. I think that it will. So let's members vote on this. It says motion to amend, but that's because we had a little computer glitch. This is actually the vote. Yeah, this is the actual vote to move the ordinance as amended to pass it. So I'll make a motion. It's been seconded by Council President Morell.
Request to be added.
Oh, and does the whole council want to be added as co-authors? And we'll add the entire council as co-authors. 7 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance. We're not totally done yet because we have the other small pieces to the legislative package to pass now as well. And I'll have the clerk read out those particular instruments and we'll vote on those one by one.
We're on page 37 at the bottom of the page. We have motion M23-281 by Councilmember Moreno. directing the council chief of staff to conduct a competitive selection for a labor relations advisor to perform the duties outlined by section 114-404 of the Code of the City of New Orleans as adopted in ordinance calendar number 34,124 in accordance with Council Rule 42.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This will be to move forward with the hiring of a labor relations advisor. I make a motion to approve. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Seven yeas, no nays.
And then we'll go to the top of page 38. We have resolution R 23-282 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution stating that the rule manual Exhibit A establishing as the rules governing the labor relations advisor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this will be the work to establish the rules for the labor relations advisor. Make a motion to approve. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. Who am I missing? 7 yeas, no nays. All right, now we're done. Now we're done.
Councilmember, I'm gonna complete this page. On page, ordinance calendar number 34,143 has been deferred to July 13th. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,150 has been withdrawn. Council members, we're now going to go to the regular order land use matters. We're on top of page 13. We have a legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Susan Johnson, Town of Carrollton Watch LLC, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of approval to grant conceptual approval for property located at 7417 through 7421 Burke Street. We have motion M23-288 by Councilmember Jeruso, denying the applicant's appeal request for properties located at 7417 through 7421 Burke Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Burke, whenever you're ready. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, too.
7417-21 Booth Street is a contributing rated structure located in the Carrollton Partial Control Demolition Only Local Historic District. The applicant originally proposed to demolish over 80% of the structural members. The matter went before the commission in March of 2023. At that time, the commission voted to defer action on the application to allow time for the applicant to work with his staff to produce detailed, specific, selective demolition plan. Due to the poor condition of the framing and the substandard modern framing repairs, the applicant has requested that they be permitted to replace any compromised studs and reframe in lieu of HDLC's preferred method of sistering as per the detailed plan submitted to the staff. This amount of stud replacement would constitute demolition by the HDLC's definition, but staff is not opposed, provided additional demolition does not take place without HDLC approval. At their May 3rd, 2023 commission meeting, the commission reviewed the staff report, photos of the structure, the detailed demolition drawing, and the inspection findings. The commission then voted unanimously to approve the proposal.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson, you have the only comment. Do you want to speak now?
Susan Johnson, 2822 LePage Street. I'm not paid to be here. I would like to enter into the record my objection to this project and to point out errors of fact in the HDLC result letter of May 5, recording the approval of the partial demolition of an existing 8-bedroom, total of 12-bedroom project at 741721 Buse. The developer is lying about the 8 bedrooms. The truth is just 6. So I object to this captioning, which implicitly establishes the use at a false 8-bedroom baseline. Also, HDLC staff report of March 1 erroneously calls it, this is a paraphrase, a historic fourplex, but it was built as a single family. This is obvious from the Sanborn map of 1951. Now, the developer failed their BZA appeal of May 1, and probably per Nick Kendall, will have to apply for established multifamily status in order to expand the footprint. This means a conditional use. HDLC always says it can't comment on zoning, but here it makes a statement about use and incorrectly, implicitly supporting the expansionist claim of the developer. These errors should not be canonized, but corrected in the record. 741721 Buse has become a notorious student party house, trash, drinking, public urination. The police show up often. My family lived across the street from 1964 to 2019, 55 years. We knew the house, 6 bedrooms in 3 apartments. Now the developer wants to double the number. Neighbors will have twice the problems. They're owner occupants on either side of the house, senior citizens. Opposite is all D2Ds now. Ladies and gentlemen, you must vote today the way you must vote, but please, I'm asking you as the project goes ahead with a possible conditional use and whatever other legislation, please help the neighbors oppose the expansion of this development, especially as it is based on error. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm moving to deny this appeal for a few reasons. First, the HDLC approved the demolition request, which is atypical for them. I agree with the HDLC, the structure is unsafe and part of it requires demolition. Additionally, as Ms. Johnson pointed out, there have been several minimum property maintenance violations on the property over the years. So this seems like the best course of action. I've also asked the developers, even though they are not required to meet with the near neighbors to discuss future development. So with that, I move to approve motion M23-288. Seconded by Council President Morrell. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 14. We have the VCC appeal of Karen Glazer Stein requesting to appeal the Vucare Commission's decision of denial at the meeting of February the 8th, 2023 to retain work completed without benefit of VCC review and approval, including gallery millwork modifications per application and materials received 12/16/2022 for properties located at 1012 St. Philip Street. And I want to make a note that the VCC department sent us a revised report for this matter. We have motion line over M23-269 by Councilmember King, denying the applicant's appeal request for properties located at 1000 through 1012 St. Philip Street. We also have motion M23-289 by Councilmember King, granted in part and denied in part the applicant's appeal request for properties located at 1000 through 1012 St. Philip Street as follows. The retention of the floodlights and cameras is approved, and the retention of all other matters under appeal, including gallery millwork modification, is denied.
In 2019, VCC staff inspected the property and issued a violation notice for unpermitted work including but not limited to installation of security cameras and inappropriate lighting. At the February 8th, 2023 Architecture Committee meeting, the VCC heard an appeal. That was the commission, not the Architecture Committee. The VCC heard an appeal of the Architecture Committee denial to retain work completed without benefit or review and permit. At that time, manufacturer's spec sheets for the previously installed security cameras was requested. VCC enthusiastically supports the installation of security cameras on all French Quarter properties. However, our guidelines recommend using the smallest, most discrete cameras and locations possible, and as a short list of readily approvable cameras. Therefore, staff has repeatedly requested specifications so that we could help the appellant with the best possible installation of the cameras. The permit application includes information on how to link to the New Orleans Police and Justice Foundation's SafeCam program, which can link to the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and the 24/7 Real-Time Crime Center, which leverages technology to provide critical information to first responders in the field as to assist with investigations of criminal activity or quality of life concerns. The inappropriate floodlights installed at the rear of the main building are prohibited by the VCC guidelines and are visually obtrusive from the public right-of-way. VCC encourages the installation of lighting for security reasons and is a resource for fixtures and appropriate installation locations. VCC informed the appellant after both the VCC meetings and the last council hearing that we can provide a list of readily approvable fixtures that are both appropriate and inexpensive to replace the unpermitted and inappropriate fixtures. Since there's an enclosed soffit beneath the gallery in this location, recessed lighting could easily be installed that would provide the same amount of lighting, but in a more appropriate manner. The appellant has provided photographs showing similar fixtures mounted to other buildings in the quarter. She stated that since other properties have been allowed to install them, she should be able to retain hers. We explained it is often the case that other properties have installed inappropriate fixtures without permits and are likely in the adjudication process as well. We always advise property owners to reach out to the VCC for advice on what is allowable and to obtain permits prior to the installation in order to avoid this circumstance. We respectfully request that you advise the appellant to reach out to the VCC staff and apply for the security camera permit and to link to the SafeCam program for added security for her property and surroundings. And if I may, I'd like to add that information to all HDLC property owners, tenants, and business owners, that we are a resource for this kind of information. We are not just regulatory, but we have information available for appropriate fixtures. Our security camera permits are available online and are easily obtained. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. At this time, we deny the applicant's motion. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Right, so just to clarify, I'm voting on M23-269. Got that, Madam Clerk? Madam. So I was
And you're withdrawing,
289.
yes. On top of page 15, zoning docket 2223 has been deferred to July 13th. At the bottom of the page, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 2823, Bayou Treme Center LLC, requesting an amendment to ordinance number 27,982 MCS zoning docket 13118 to permit a live performance venue with waivers of section 18.9.c.1 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, to remove a restriction limiting the live performance venue to plays and musicals only, and to remove a restriction limiting the sale of alcoholic beverages for consumption on site, to only 1 hour prior to and during performance, permitting such alcoholic beverage sales from 4 p.m. to midnight,
Thank you.
Tuesday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. on Friday, 2 p.m. to midnight on Saturday, and 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. on Sunday. Municipal addresses 2527 through 2541 Bayou Road. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 2 waivers. And we have motion M23-292 by Councilmember Green, approving the applicant's request for property located at 2527 through 2541 Bayou Road, zoning docket 2823, subject to the 2 waivers recommended by the City Planning Commission with the following modification. Strike the last sentence of waiver 2 so that it reads as follows. The development shall be granted a waiver of Article 18, Section 18.9.c.1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to remove a restriction limiting the sale of alcoholic beverages for consumption on site to only 1 hour prior to and during performances, permitting such alcoholic beverage sales for consumption on site 1 hour prior to performance, during performances until 1 hour after a performance concludes.
Members of the council, with your indulgence, it'll take me about 5 minutes or so to go through this particular motion. But this motion approves Bayou Treme Center's request to amend the ordinance number 27982 to remove certain restrictions as were identified, to remove the restrictions limiting the sale of alcoholic beverages to performance 1 hour prior to and during performances. So with the amendment, the center would be able to sell alcohol 1 hour after performances. Representatives of Bayou Treme are here. I'd like to ask them to come forward for a second. I have their card. The reason I'm asking members for them to come forward is because I'd like you to see a couple of faces. And also I'd like you to know that the community is in strong support of these changes. The Bayou Road community, the business community is in strong support of these changes and has the utmost confidence in the owners and the operators of the Bayou Treme Center to do what is best to enhance operations along Bayou Road in general. So I have cards for Nicole Nelson, Jeffrey Nelson, Wilson, Dr. Robin, and Dr. Robin. Okay. Come forward for just a second. It's going to take us 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yes. It's on me. I asked for 5 minutes. They're going to give me 5 minutes. Come to the, I'm proud of you all and the work that you're doing. And it's going to enhance Bayou Road greatly. You can make your comments from there and the public can see you a little bit better sitting next to each other. So we'll start with Nicole Nelson.
Okay, thank you. I would like to start off by thanking the entire council and especially Councilmember Green's office, his chief of staff, Sandra Thomas and Monique Green. They were very accommodating in taking the time to listen and understand why this conditional use is important to the project, to the Bayou Treme Center, the Andre Caillou Center, Turning Tables, and the entire Bayou Road Business Association. It's a vibrant community. It's one of the most important cultural corridors in the city of New Orleans. And Andre Caillou Center is a more than welcomed addition to Bayou Road. An expansion of the allowable performance types is going to have spillover effects throughout the entire city of New Orleans, allowing performance arts organizations who have been denied access to other venues in the city to have access to a high quality black box theater on this important cultural corridor. I'm going to let Dr. Robin Vander speak just more about the ACC and especially the 3-month-long festival they had that had 3,000 visitors come to the theater and Bayou Road.
Dr. Vander.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to speak and briefly discuss the Andre Caillou Center for Performing Arts and Cultural Justice. I serve as the co-founder and co-executive director for the ACC, commonly referred to as the ACC. We were intentional in developing this project. We understand the importance of history and culture to New Orleans and to New Orleans economy, particularly African-American history and culture and its contributions, how it really drives traffic and travel to the city. And yet, when we did our survey, we look at Black performing arts organizations, and only one has its own space. Everyone else has to then search for viable opportunities that are also economically feasible. And so what the Caillou Center is doing is creating an ecosystem. And in our request to expand what constitutes performance, what we're trying to do is really cast a wide net so that as many performers as possible, regardless of the genre in which they perform in, that they have access to an affordable quality space on historic Bayou Road. Bayou Road is the oldest thoroughfare in the city, and the city exists because of Bayou Road. Bayou Road is also historically indigenous and of African descent. And so for us to be able to put the Caillou Center there, and the Caillou Center is named after the first African-American to die in the Civil War as a military veteran. And so for us, this is really a project that recenters Black as well as Brown presence in terms of our history and culture, in terms of economic development, in terms of equity and equitable access. The second part of that, so that's the first part in terms of performance and really providing performance space to as many as possible who need a quality space. The second part of that is in asking for an expansion of alcohol sales. You know, we say alcohol sales, but really for us, this is not a bar. It is a hospitality aspect so that when you come to the Caillou Center, these sales are really attached to what is happening in the space. Turning Tables, and I'll leave that to Jeffrey to talk about a little bit more, but Turning Tables itself is also a nonprofit that is expressly focused on training primarily Black and Brown to take leadership positions in the hospitality industry. And so for them to be embedded with the Caillou Center is not simply for us to expand hospitality, but also expand training and hospitality that allows those individuals to scale up and take leadership positions. So we are greatly appreciative for the support. Councilman Green, we're definitely appreciative that you took time to meet with us and gave us some directives. We met with our neighbors on Bayou Road. We have been intentional in being active participants of the Bayou Road Business Association, as well as Black Bayou. As Nicole mentioned, we just completed a 3-month theater festival that had about 3,000 individuals over a 3-month period to come. And as they came, we continuously pushed the traffic through Bayou Road to make sure that what is happening at the ACC is also spreading out across Bayou Road intentionally.
Thank you very much,
you.
Dr. Vanda. Mr.
My name is Jeffrey Wilson. I represent Turning Tables, a nonprofit organization here in New Orleans. Actually moved back to New Orleans during COVID 2020 to work for this organization. We are intentional for Black and Brown students in the city to become leaders in their positions within the service industry. When I lived here before, there was only 3 or 4 of us Black bartenders that were here that were in important positions throughout the city, especially cocktail making. The ACC is providing us a home. We do 12-week courses. Now we're going to be able to do it twice a year with this place on Bayou Road. We will be holding classes. There is a space there for us to train our cohorts to become bartenders and also beyond bartending. The ACC is providing us this place for us to put all our stuff in, to be quite honest with you, so that hour afterwards for these performances is also for entertainment purposes. People can sit here and talk about the performances, talk about what has happened. There is a lot of activity that's happening on Bayou Road. It is the blackest part of the city right now. And we want to be part of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. And I appreciate the patience of our council and the members of the public. We had the representatives of the Bayou Treme Center to come forward so that you could hear that the oldest street in New Orleans has a venue, the Bayou Treme Center, where you'll be able to hear and participate in live performances, music, poetry, other events. And I just want us to be aware of that and recognize what is being done today, but also what is being done on that historic thoroughfare in general. So thank you all for your work. And members of the council, if there are no comments, and if there are any comments online, no comments online, I'm going to move for approval of M23-292. It's been seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines, members. Unanimous vote 7-0. Thank you very much, members, and thank you all for the work that you do. We look forward to being there for future performances.
Thank you all.
At the bottom of the page, we have a legislative grouping. Zoning docket 3205 Two-Lane LLC. Requesting a conditional use to permit outdoor live entertainment, secondary use, and the extension of restaurant hours of operations in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and in an EC enhancement corridor design overlay district on square 663, lot C1 in the first municipal district bounded by Two-Lane Avenue, South Lopez Street, Dehimacourt Street, and South Rendon Street. Municipal address 3219 Two-Lane Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval with 4 provisos. We have motion M23-283 by Councilmember Harris, granting the applicant's request for property located at 3219 Two-Lane Avenue, zoning docket 3023, subject to the 4 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission, modified as follows. Delete the text of proviso 3F and replace it with the following. The restaurant's allowable hours of operations are Sunday through Saturday, 24 hours a day. However, alcohol service is permitted only on Sunday through Wednesday from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. midnight, and Thursday through Saturday from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion upholds CPC recommendation with that modification that you just heard. This will allow Melba's on Two-Lane to stay open 24/7 for food service, but only allows alcohol sales during the suggested hours in the CPC report. That is midnight during the week and 2 a.m. over the weekend. Are there any online or public comments? Hearing none, I will move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember King. 7 years. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, zoning docket 3123 has been deferred to July 27th. On top of page 18, all matters, legislative grouping, zoning docket 3523 has been deferred to 7/13. Motion line over M23-258 has been deferred to July 13th. On top of page 19, legislative grouping, zoning docket 3623, 2834 LaSalle LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a hotel in an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district and the LAS LaSalle Street Overlay District on square 333, lot 38, and part of lot J or lot 4, the rear part of lot 15, part of original lot J, rear part of lot 17, and rear part of lot 18 in the 4th Municipal District bounded by LaSalle Street, Washington Avenue, 6th Street, and South Liberty Street. Municipal addresses 2832 through 2834 LaSalle Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We have motion M23-284 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's conditional use request for property located at 2832 through 2834 LaSalle Street on zoning docket 3623, subject to 3 provisos recommended by the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As you all may know, the historic Dewdrop Inn is being renovated and re-energizing the LaSalle corridor. We just talked about the Dewdrop Inn and its history of drag earlier in this council meeting. So this would allow a neighboring property to be turned into a hotel to allow for additional rooms. I have one public comment from Mr. Burnside.
I guess I rise in opposition for 3 really small reasons that sort of weave together. One of which is homelessness. It exists, right? And it didn't. I mean, I was 20 years old in Switzerland before I saw the very first homeless person I ever met. When I was a child growing up, more people lived on the 2nd story of bars. The do drop in would have rented the rooms on its second story very inexpensively. And this building beside it was also very inexpensive housing. It was at one time 16 units or 12 of affordable housing, and it's now going to be a hotel. And in my mind, there's not a lot of difference between a small boutique hotel and a short-term rental, in that people come and go and there's no owner there, and perhaps things turn out well for you and perhaps they don't. But also, I'm somewhat like the unfortunate Susan Johnson. I also rise because I think that the report, as I read it, was not completely accurate. So it speaks to several different things, and the only thing I'm going to raise here is, as I read the report, it says that there was no parking. And yet the same report has in a Sanborn map that clearly shows that at one time in the history of this building, parking was available in the rear of the building. So I think there's a couple other small issues in the report that involve copy and pasting. And I don't know if the City Planning Commission is understaffed or exactly what the issue is, but I realize that Dewdrop Inn got $1 million from the state. I understand this is going forward, but it would have been nice to include some affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I will say the owner, Mr. Doucette, is here, and he would like to speak about your plans for affordable housing outside of the Dewdrop Inn. I think Mr. Burnside would, and the community would be happy to hear them. You'll have to fill out a card afterward, but my staff can help you with that. So if you want to speak about the Dewdrop Inn and also your plans for affordable housing throughout the community.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And sir, I've heard you, and I welcome the opportunity to talk to you more about your opposition and the reasons that you oppose. And so, as you know, like really what I would always say to people is that my real day job is providing affordable housing. I've provided several hundred units of affordable housing, and I continue to plan to do so. In fact, I would love to create some affordable housing in that neighborhood around that serve artists, that serve the culture bearers who live in that neighborhood. That opportunity has been elusive to me thus far, because I would love to do it right there within the neighborhood where it is. And some of that stuff went to auction, and there are reasons why I couldn't touch it. But also, to the point though about parking, that might be something that was true historically in the Sanborn map, but it is not necessarily the case. I appreciate that. Thank you. It is not necessarily the case in terms of today, because there are structures already in place right now that would prevent us from getting to a parking lot in the back. However, because of the nature of, short-term rental, and by the way, as a hotel, we are required to have staff on site to make sure that people get the proper services that they need, and also we'll have security, and there'll also be an opportunity for us to bring some of those things with the Dewdrop Inn. But anyway, I do intend to continue to develop affordable housing in the city. I want to see it happen in this neighborhood. I am aware at the possibility of displacement and gentrification associated with the Dewdrop Inn, and I want to do something about that. So I welcome those opportunities if I get them, and I am actively working on that. But I'm also like one person with a lot on my plate with the Dewdrop Inn and seeing that through. But again, I welcome more of a conversation with you to hear your concerns and see how we might be able to address them. And thank you for the opportunity to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. And I will just note that this will be one of the few Black-owned hotels in New Orleans in a historically Black neighborhood, in my neighborhood. And I'm super excited about it. So I'm going to go ahead and move.
Thank you.
I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Moreau. I need some votes. One more vote. 5 votes. Okay, motion passes. 7. Thank you.
That one is always good.
On page 20, zoning docket 4023 has been deferred to July 13th. On page 21, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 4123, City Council motion M23-105, requesting an amendment to the text of Article 18 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to establish the Brown Dairy Neighborhood District overlay bounded by Irado Street, Barone Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and Carondelet Street, to maintain and create affordable housing opportunities for long-term residency. For all lots within the boundaries, the following use restrictions shall apply. The following uses are prohibited: bed and breakfast, accessory and principal, hostels, hotel, motel, and short-term rental, commercial and non-commercial. Properties located in the area generally bounded by Errata Street, Barone Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and Carondelet Street. Municipal addresses 1300 through 1432 Barone Street, 1710 through 1726 Errata Street, 1301 through 1429 Carondelet Street, 714 through 736, 1714 through 1736 Thalia Street, and 1721 through 1731 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being no recommendation. We have motion M23-285 by Councilmember Harris, granting the applicant's request for the properties located at 1300 through 1432 Barone Street, 1710 through 1726 Errata Street, 1302 through 1429 Carondelet Street, 1714 to 1736 Thalia Street, and 1721 through 1731 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard on zoning docket 4123.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion approves the Browns Dairy Neighborhood Overlay. And even though the commissioners made no recommendation, staff recommended approval. Rachel, can you brief us on the CPC report?
Sure. This is a proposal to create a new overlay district to be named the Browns Dairy Neighborhood Overlay District. It would include the 2 squares in Central City that are bounded by Errata Street, Barone Street, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and Carondelet Street. The property is located in the MU2 high-intensity mixed-use district, which is a zoning district that allows for a relatively dense mix of residential and commercial development. The overlay district would apply to properties formerly used by Brown's Dairy, but which have in the last few years undergone redevelopment. Originally proposed for affordable residential development, the property has instead been developed with structures used as short-term rentals. In response, the Browns Dairy Neighborhood Overlay District would restrict bed and breakfast accessory and principal uses, hostels, hotels, and motels, and commercial and non-commercial short-term rentals. The overlay district is intended to create long-term residency and affordable housing opportunities while mitigating the harmful effects of a dense concentration of short-term rentals. The City Planning Commission staff recommended approval of the overlay district, finding that the zoning district's allowance for many hospitality uses to be developed on the site could crowd out other land uses, including long-term residential land uses. The commission itself was divided on the matter. Some commissioners agreed with the staff recommendation, finding that the overlay district was an appropriate way of addressing the current concentration of short-term rentals. Other commissioners were concerned that the stick of a restriction on short-term rentals needed to be paired with a carrot that would incentivize affordable housing production. Some commissioners were concerned that the overlay would be permanent in nature rather than a temporary set of regulations. The commissioners' vote did not result in a majority either to approve or deny the matter, so it is before the City Council with no recommendation from the City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Rachel. I have 2 comment cards, Maxwell, followed by Sam.
Maxwell Chardula, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. Thank you, Councilmember Harris. I wish we could have gotten ahead of this, but I think ensuring that these are non-conforming uses is the best option here. In an attempt to make sure that we stay ahead, though, I want to ring the alarm about the surge in hotel applications the city is seeing. Safety and Permits received roughly 30 hotel applications in the past 2 months in just the like 20-ish square block area of Central City alone that we're talking about here. Many of them conversions from short-term rentals. I would bet that a lot of them are sort of these illegitimate hotels that are really short-term rentals. And even though some of them are on vacant lots, it's worth noting that a lot of those lots used to have homes on them that were likely demolished because of disinvestment and neglect in that neighborhood, which is often the way that Black neighborhoods are set up for this kinds of extreme gentrification. And so at the current pace, we are essentially forfeiting this entire neighborhood and allowing it to become like a bachelor party village. And so I know that you all are trying to fight that, and I appreciate it. But if we want to stay ahead of it and not lose other parts of the city and the Bywater, the 7th Ward, Treme, and different places, I think that means we need to do a little more tweaking to our hotel definitions, even before the full city planning commission study is finished. I think there's a real difference between the sort of legit hotels that Curtis is putting together and these sort of Airbnb hotels, and we need to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Maxwell, that's a great point, and we'll work with you on that. Sam Levin.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Levin. I live in District 3 at 1712 Sonia Street. Not paid to be here, and I did not develop any of the short-term rentals that were built on the site, despite what's previously been said. I'm here because I'm struggling to find the common thread for why these 52 lots of record are being unfairly restricted. Some of the lots were a part of the Brownsbury site, but not all of them. And there's a lot of land that was a part of the Brownsbury site that's not included in this motion, including a proposed 102-room hotel. Over 20% of the area in this motion wasn't part of the failed housing development proposal, which actually required short-term rentals, by the way, if you recall. And that 102-room hotel that's proposed was actually previously proposed as long-term housing, but for some reason not included in this. The 2 lots in this motion are surrounded by hotels and short-term rentals, so I'm not sure why those lots aren't included. So if it's not all the former Brownsbury land, it's not all the sites that were previously in this proposed housing development, it's not all the transient lodging sites or even all the STR sites. I'm just kind of confused as to why we picked these 52 lots to be included. The motion also seems largely redundant. We've already banned short-term rentals and B&Bs multiple times over via IZD in this neighborhood and throughout the city. CPC staff did come with a no recommendation, but I think it's important to note that the commission recommended a temporary matter for this while CPC conducts their overall transient lodging study, keeping it temporary rather than a permanent overlay district. This motion will create dozens of legal non-conforming cases that will hurt those local businesses and the constituents that own them. Those people followed all the rules and regulations set forth by the city, invested millions of dollars in this neighborhood. The STRs on this block will contribute over $100,000 per year to affordable housing in the city. And that quickly goes to zero when they are non-conforming. This motion is ineffective, has arbitrary borders, and it's seemingly vindictive with targeting the wrong people. Please listen to the CPC commission, make this a temporary ban, not a permanent overlay district, while CPC staff conducts that study. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move for approval. This overlay will prohibit transient lodging uses in a very limited area of the Old Brownsbury development where there are over 50 STRs popping up in the middle of Central City. Y'all can drive by them and you can see that they are sandwiched next to each other. There's no attendant on site, and they are just a bunch of bro and bachelorette houses. The purpose is to make this current development legal nonconformities and to prohibit additional transient lodging down the line. As CPC staff said, ME2 is mixed use zoning, and that is mixed residential and commercial, and this does not meet the spirit of mixed use. Anita, yes, I know there's one online comment, so go ahead and do that and then we'll vote.
This is from Andronika Morris. Her comment is GNOHA and Housing NOLA support this measure as another mechanism to stop the attempted proliferation of STRs at the Brownsbury site. But we hope the city of New Orleans, along with the city council and the CPC, can get to a place where our zoning decisions are not simply reactionary to ill-intentioned developers. Our land use policy is obviously lacking the foundation to allow for thoughtful and natural infill development without allowing gentrification to grow in neighborhoods like Central City. Foundational pieces like the full implementation of the smart housing mix to require affordable housing and rental and home ownership projects are needed as proactive strategies to prevent wrongdoings from happening in the first place. It shouldn't take a tragedy to kick our policymakers into high gear when it comes to preserving, protecting, and producing more affordable housing. Support the measure, but let's look forward so we can be better prepared and more proactive with our city planning.
Thank you, Anita. So I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas. Thank you.
Council members, we're going to go to page 4, the consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Counsel Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jonathan Landry, 437 Bermuda Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. We have a communication from Zachary Smith, owner, Zach Smith Consulting and Design, 1622 Pine Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Brian Ace, 2222 Charter Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. We have a communication from Heather Cooper, AIA Corp, Rosa Ward Architects, 1492 Marsh Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. We have a communication from Judge Michael G. Bagnaris, retired. Bagnaris, Hykinson and Associates LLC, representing applicant Broadway Street Holdings LLC, 7200 South Claiborne Avenue. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. On top of page 6, we have a communication from Sebastian Herman, 430 Homer Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. A communication from Rodrica Medrano, Senior Project Manager, Stormwater and Green Infrastructure Department of Public Works, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Public Works Committee. See motion M23-294. We have a communication from Clifford G. Cherry, Accountant 3, New Orleans Police Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Public Works Committee. See motion M23-293. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Tyra Johnson Brown, Director, Office of Community Policy and Community Development, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from William T. Salmaron, Chief of New Orleans EMS, New Orleans Emergency Medical Services, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from William T. Salmaron, Chief of New Orleans EMS, New Orleans Emergency Medical Services, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received and referred to the Community Development Committee. On page 8, we have a communication from James Splatt, LBT Ventures, 838 Lower Line Street. Should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. We have a report of the Chief of Staff of the Chief Administrative Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. On top of page 9, we have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. It should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, July 13th. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 1492 Marsh Street. This should be marked received. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 437 Bermuda Street. This should be marked received. On top of page 10, we have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 1622 Pine Street. We have a report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District, Historic District Landmarks Commission, 2222 Charter Street. We have a report of the Chief Administrative Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On top of page 11, we have ordinance calendar number 34,190, Councilmember King, zoning docket 2623. We have ordinance calendar number 34,192, Councilmember Harris, 2923, zoning docket 2923. On top of page 12, we have ordinance calendar number 34,240, Councilmember King by request. The Government Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Mr. Burnside would like to provide comment on 2 items. Is 4 minutes appropriate, Mr. Burnside?
Oh, I think they can get it done in 2.
Okay, we're gonna give you 4. If you get done early, it'll be great.
Yeah, I agree. It would be great. So, dude, I'm as tired as you are and I'm older than you. Okay, so, as far as communication number 1, Aaron Spears, Curo. Got to walk around my neighborhood with the gentleman the other day. He took some cell phone photos and we did some 311 service requests. And learning from Councilman Green, I am here advocating that other fine constituents and citizens of New Orleans should, morally speaking, go use 311's utility pole complaint option and complain about your favorite utility pole. I wanted to sort of bring up, well, not sort of, hell. I wanted to bring up number 12 and number 13 and compare and contrast them. So as you guys know, I'm fairly lazy and I don't come to most of your committee meetings. And as you may know, I arrive here somewhat early at 9 a.m. and I read your agenda and it conveys information to me, like, should I go over here and look at stuff more in depth? Usually there's enough information in the agenda for me to make a decision because I have dealt with stuff before, like the dewdrop in. It came before your communication with the zoning docket, and I went home and I looked up the zoning docket online and I read it. I sent an email to Elizabeth. So I was ready for it when it came up here. Your agenda is important to me. It sort of drives, if you will, my relationship to you and your staff. So information in it's important to me. And on page 7, number 12 doesn't really have any information, whereas page 8, number 13 has a lot of information. I can look at number 13 and say, well, do I care, not care? Do I want to be involved in a fine of $48,000? Do I want to look up 838 lower line, or do I want to not bother? I don't have that level of information in number 12. I either have to go look at something or I don't. And I don't know in advance whether I want to look at it or not. I don't know how much money is involved. I don't know what kind of services are being offered. I don't know how long the services are for. You know, one of the leases was for 99 years. So it's good to have some information. And it would be good if you guys sort of required it. Thank you.
Made a motion to approve. Been seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Seven yeas, no nays.
We're now gonna go to the top of page 39. Ordinance calendar number 34,198 has been deferred to July 27. Ordinance calendar number 34,230 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 26-680 of the Code of New Orleans to add references to the minimum property maintenance code and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Ethan, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
We're on page 39, number 16.
Okay. Thank you. This item is in regards to allowing inspection of properties. Yes, this is in regards to allowing inspection of properties to make sure they meet minimum property maintenance code, as well as prohibiting retaliation in those cases. This is essentially the part of the healthy homes portion that we are keeping active on the appropriate date. So that's what that does. Max Pedrillo would like to speak.
Maxwell Trudillo, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. Thank you, Councilmember Morrell, for making sure this keeps moving. Folks, this is the anti-retaliation portion of the Healthy Homes Ordinance that we're just making sure still goes into effect so that people can report issues to their landlords to 311 without risk of eviction. I'll just note that one of the safety standards that, because it is new, is not covered here is the requirement for air conditioning in bedrooms. That protection, so if you were to report that, you wouldn't be covered by the anti-retaliation portion. The protection is delayed with the rest of the Healthy Homes Ordinance until January 1st, which means it effectively can't be used until next summer. And so given how dangerously hot it is now and will continue to be, I'm just urging you again to keep on your radar that we make sure we have the funding in place to hire the staff we need to make sure this goes into place on January 1st, because we don't want to force people to endure 2 more years without this protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell. I don't see any other comments.
We have one online
I'm
comment.
sorry, one online comment. Thank you.
This is
Thank you.
from Andronika Morris. She says GNOHA and Housing NOLA support this measure as a means to protect our city's most vulnerable and to ensure that renters do not lose their housing due to retaliation. And that's it for the online comment.
Thank you, Andronika. I see no other comments. I will move to approve. Second by Councilman Moreno, please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,237 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Duval Park located at 1500 Test Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the senior car giveaway event on Sunday, June 18th, 2023, from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Burnside.
Hi, Councilman King. Why do I like you so much when we disagree so often? It's not because you always invite me over to Algiers and then somehow or another we drop email connection, is it? So we're back to 100% giveaways, and I'm back to arguing for 50% giveaways, and then we're back to arguing about, you know, any particular organization may well be worthy and all the rest of it. I don't know how many more times I need to beat the drum, but I do need to stand up here and say again that money matters to people. They've been trained since birth that money matters to people, and how money is handled therefore matters to people, particularly if it's their tax money and they feel some connection to it. So if we're really going to provide free services to people and be socialists, then we really should provide free services to everybody. And if we aren't going to provide free services to everybody, then quite frankly, every single living human being can pay at least $1. I mean, the old lady in the Bible tossed in her 2 mites. She didn't get by with nothing. So there's a big difference between letting people skate with 0 and asking people to contribute 10% or something that they can really afford. So there are poor people on the planet, and we don't want them dying, and that's fine. But as long as somebody's paying, quite frankly, everybody should be paying something.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I just want to let the public know that this was a senior car giveaway. A car was given to a recent high school senior who is attending Xavier University. She was very excited to receive said vehicle, and it was a free community event. And Mr. Burnside, you was invited to attend had you wanted to, so it was free for everybody. Could have got that car. So we'll make a motion to approve. Second by Councilman Green. Really got that car. Mr. Thomas. 7 yeas, no nays, motion approved. Thank you.
We're on top of page 40. We have ordinance calendar number 34,238 by council members Morel, Moreno, Harris, and King. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 2-905 the Code of New Orleans to change the process for granted of exceptions to the city's clean fleet requirements and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the council passed an ordinance a while back with support of the administration to create a clean fleet standard so that we could be a leader in fighting climate change across the nation and across the world, really. I think it is laughable that we could have administrative officials flying across the world trumpeting the city's position on climate change, and we spend $50 million buying new gas guzzlers in defiance of a clean fleet ordinance this council approved that was not vetoed by the mayor. Further, that we received an update not too long ago saying that compliance was on track to be done, and then the council was blindsided by not only the purchase of $50 million worth of new gas guzzling, not fuel efficient cars, but the added insult of us getting an explanation that essentially said installing electric stations is too difficult, and by virtue of buying new gas guzzlers, they're inherently more energy efficient. I thought long and hard about what I would say about this ordinance. I think actually someone else said it much better. For those of you familiar, there's an oft-quoted line by John F. Kennedy when he was at Rice University talking about America going to the moonshot. He said, we chose to go to the moon. We chose to go to the moon in this decade and do other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because the goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills, because the challenge is one that we are willing to accept, we are unwilling to postpone, and which we intend to win others too. We did not pass a clean fleet ordinance because it was easy. Fighting climate change isn't easy. That's a fact. It's easier to go buy the car on the lot than to wait for the car that is fuel efficient. But I think it's asinine for us to tell the people of the city, of this state, and of this nation that we are going to be leaders in fighting climate change and then spend $50 million to not purchase a single electric or hybrid vehicle. It's asinine. It is disrespectful of the intelligence of our voters. And it is, if I am one of the many, if I am an organizer of a conference in which I invited speakers from the city of New Orleans to speak on being on the forefront of climate change, I would ask for a damn refund. So we are put in the unfortunate position that after the administration abused its ability to grant exceptions retroactively after purchasing $50 million in non-fuel efficient vehicles, that now we have to go and babysit. And this council now has to proactively have them actually submit the exceptions to make sure they're actually necessary. And that's all this ordinance seeks to do. Rather than give the CAO the blanket ability to grant exceptions, which was obviously an abuse of discretion in this instance, now you have to submit those exceptions to the council, which will choose whether or not it's necessary. To be frank, there will be instances, probably with vehicles like ambulances, where we will not have a fuel efficient equivalent. But when you look at the amount of vehicles that were purchased, that's simply not the case here. This was simply the case of people wanted new cars soon rather than waiting for fuel efficient ones. I see two public comments, Max Cardrolo as well as Mr. Burnside. Max, you're up first.
Maxwell Churdillo, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. Thank you, Councilmember Rao, for this. As you know, we've been really skeptical of giving the mayor and the CAO so much authority and benefit of the doubt when it comes to our COVID relief funds. This is just a perfect example of why. Not only did they undermine the Green Fleet Ordinance, but they also spent millions on totally unnecessary muscle cars, specifically Dodge Chargers. For those of you who aren't familiar, these are like Vin Diesel's favorite car in Fast and the Furious. And we bought dozens of them for the DA, the coroner, public works, and even Nord staff. I don't know what kind of high-speed chases the coroner is getting into. But this is exactly the kind of thing that continues to erode the public's trust. And so that's why we're going to continue to ask you to work with the community first when it comes to the additional one-time money that's going to be available this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Mr. Burnside.
We're all laughing and I want to laugh too, because you made me smile. I like other people who are angry. At least you haven't a vote in elected office. But my smiling and my happiness is tinged with an awareness that money doesn't matter. It's a weird thing to sit here. I mean, I've been in this room now for a little while, and we're very proud to have raised the number of kids who are going to get summer jobs. You guys motivated this city to like 3 times the number of jobs for kids this summer. That was above and beyond what we originally were going to provide them. And maybe my memory is no good, but I think that came to $900,000 fucking dollars. We just spent 50 million on cars. So what we're really saying is our cars are more important than our kids. And that's really not something to laugh about no more.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
We have one online comment.
Thank you. One online comment, 2 minutes.
This is from Jesse George, representing the Alliance for Affordable Energy. The Alliance commends the council for taking this step towards good governance. The revelation that the city has recently purchased hundreds of gas guzzling vehicles in violation of the Clean Fleet Ordinance passed last year was disappointing, to say the least. The Energy Future New Orleans Coalition sent a letter to Mayor Cantrell last week expressing our concern regarding these decisions. Despite lots of talk from the mayor's office around carbon reduction and climate resilience, those words are empty without action backing them up. Granting the council exemption oversight under the Clean Fleet Ordinance will hopefully ensure that our city's commitments to greenhouse gas emissions reductions are more than just lip service.
Thank you, Anita. I see the board is clear. I'll make the motion to approve. Second by Council Vice President Moreno, please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays. The item is approved.
Ordinance calendar number 34,239 has been withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,241 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. All matters, ordinance calendar number 34,242 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,243 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Page 42, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,244 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,245 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,246 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Page 43, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,247 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,248 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,249 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 44, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,250 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,251 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,252 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 45, motion line over M22-516 has been deferred to July 27th and referred to Governmental Affairs Committee. motion line over M23Z by council members Morrell and King. Directing City Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Wait, I never read it. I'm sorry.
So
Directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 4,264 MCS amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend Article 9, Historic Core Neighborhoods Residential District to create a new zoning classification, VCR3, and to make associated zoning map changes to effectuate the new zoning district. The purpose of the VCR3 is to allow a mix of primarily residential uses limited to singles, doubles, educational, and cultural uses when compared to VCR1 and VCR2. VCR3 is intended to promote educational and cultural uses that are compatible with residential use.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is one of two motions that is requesting VCC to conduct a public hearing to consider a new classification in the View Carre area that deals with a new zoning requirement that would create properties that are located for educational and cultural use. This was originally created in response to the exploration of decertifying McDonough 15 as a school. We do believe, Councilman King and I, there is still some value in having this designation created because there are many properties throughout the quarter that are owned by either the school board, the city, or other entities that we would like to make sure remain as cultural and educational facilities and don't become condominiums or something like that. So we still think the study is worth going forward with, and I would move for approval of this motion if there are no comments or public comment. There are none. Motion, a move to approve. I get a second? Second, Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is approved.
We're now on top of page 46. We have motion line over M23AA by council members Morrell and King. Directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a zoning change from a VCR1 View Carre Residential District to a VCR3 View Carre Residential District on the entirety of square 56, lots 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, lot A, part lot 1, lot B, part lot 1, and lot C, part 1 in the second municipal district bounded by St. Philip Street, Bourbon Street, Ursuline Street, and Royal Street. Municipal addresses 721 St. Philip Street and 1014 Bourbon Street.
Madam Clerk, I will not be moving forward with this motion at this time. So
We're deferring
we're
this, sir?
deferring this one, and I'll be withdrawing the motion that follows as well, just for purposes of moving the agenda along.
When are we with, one,
It falls off, so it's.
no, I'm talking about the one that you're deferring.
Yeah, the
When are
one we're
you
deferring, I think it falls off at this point, so it's not necessary.
Okay,
Thank you.
and you,
I'm withdrawing the next one.
okay. So motion line over M23-164 is being withdrawn. We're now gonna go to page 48. We have resolution R23-276 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Budget Committee. We have resolution R23-277 by council members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, celebrating the diversity of the city of New Orleans residents, including its religious minorities, and stands in solidarity with the Biden-Harris administration's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, this item, which I believe our rabbi who gave our benediction today spoke of, deals with the council stand in solidarity with the Biden-Harris administration and attacking anti-Semitism on the national level. And that's basically what it does. It goes over a lot of the points that were highlighted earlier, which is that despite the fact that The American Jewish population accounts for 2.4% of the population. They are the victims of over 63% of religious motivated hate crimes. It is important that in the face of hate, in the face of disrespect, in the face of danger and violence, that we stand with everyone in our country, especially our Jewish brothers and sisters, stand solidarity, and when enough is enough. Aaron wishes to speak from the Jewish Federation of Greater New Orleans. Come on up. And after Aaron, we have comments from Mr. Green and Mr. Russo.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Block, and I'm here on behalf of the Jewish Federation of Greater New Orleans in support of this proposed resolution, which celebrates the diversity of our city and stands in solidarity with the Biden-Harris administration's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. The Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers. It began with vicious, hateful words. It started with the normalization of anti-Semitic rhetoric, hateful propaganda, and discrimination against Jews. The alarming rise of hate incidents that we've been seeing year after year, including anti-Semitic incidents, demands our attention and action. In 2022, ADL tabulated 3,697 anti-Semitic incidents throughout the United States. That was a 36% increase from the 2,717 incidents tabulated in 2021, and the highest number on record since ADL began tracking anti-Semitic incidents in 1979. This was the third time in the past 5 years that the year-end total has been the highest number ever recorded. The Jewish community stands in solidarity with all groups facing these challenges, recognizing that our fight against anti-Semitism is intertwined with the struggle against all forms of hate and bigotry. By acknowledging the historical and present challenges faced by the Jewish community and recognizing the interconnectedness of different forms of hatred, this resolution serves as a powerful reaffirmation of the city's commitment to inclusivity, equity, and justice. Additionally, the powerful message conveyed by having the entire council co-author this resolution cannot be overstated. It signifies a unified front against anti-Semitism, demonstrating that the city of New Orleans is committed to combating hate and protecting the rights and dignity of all its residents. The collective support of the council members not only amplifies the importance of this resolution, but also emphasizes the significance of addressing anti-Semitism as a shared responsibility. It sends a clear signal to the Jewish community that they are seen, heard, and valued in our city. This collaborative effort fosters a sense of unity and solidarity, reinforcing the city's commitment to creating an inclusive and welcoming environment for all its residents. Together, we can make a meaningful impact in the fight against anti-Semitism and create a future where diversity is celebrated and discrimination has no place. Thank you, Councilmember Morell, for authoring this, and thank you to the council members for all co-authoring for this. So we fully support.
Sorry, next up, before we get to comment, council comment, I had one more person from the audience like to speak. Do you guys mind letting her go first? No. All right, Casey Davis, come on up. And then after that, Councilman Green, Councilman Russo.
Thank you. I support this, and I appreciate that y'all bring it to attention that anti-Semitism still exists. I want to tell a personal story. My great-grandmother was Jewish. She lived on the border of Germany and France and pretended to be a German in order to flee the Holocaust. She married a Frenchman and came here and had to continue to pretend to be a German to survive here without discrimination. In doing so, she became very bitter, and she passed that down to her children, her daughter-in-law, her granddaughter, and it continues. Having to keep up with a lie just to be not discriminated did so much damage that it's time we really put all of that aside and really come together to support one another, no matter what your belief is, because everybody knows there's something stronger going on. Whatever caused it to be mixed up or just maybe we're just coming together at this point, but I support this. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
This is certainly a powerful resolution and so much was said by the rabbi, but I just wanted to just kind of remind us all and myself that it was just within the last 2 weeks that a crazed gunman was found guilty who had chose to go to trial after entering a Pittsburgh synagogue and killing people only because of their faith and their culture. We've all seen on television crazed persons with torches walking through a park saying such anti-Semitic chants as Jews will not replace us. It reminds us that even in today's society and this time, that there are people who still choose to discriminate against their fellow human beings based on things that honestly they don't understand. But maybe in a way, they are taking it out because of their own miserable lives. And I just hate to say that in this day and age, we still need to be aware that there are people out there who are engaged every day in anti-Semitic activities and engaged in practices that are designed to hurt people based on their culture, their religion, their race, and other statuses that they don't support and don't understand. So this is an important and powerful resolution, especially coming after the incident in Pittsburgh and that trial, and even what happened during that trial. It reminds you how far we have still to go to bring peace in our society and to eliminate anti-Semitism. And this resolution and what we as a council do and others do is important to moving us at least further along in a continually difficult path to move along forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah?
Councilmember Green, thank you for bringing up that synagogue. The Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh is actually where my husband had his bar mitzvah, where his family still attends, and where his family is part of that community and could have been in the synagogue at the time of that massacre. So I appreciate you bringing up the violence that still happens, the fact that there has to be a security guard outside of synagogues during ceremonies. I was just at a bat mitzvah for a friend's daughter, and there had to be armed security located outside of it. So, I do think this is an important step forward for our Jewish community, for our Jewish brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, all of us to really acknowledge the discrimination, the terror, and the hatred that still happens today and should not. So thank you to the council for bringing this, and Rabbi, thank you for being here.
I'm not the first Jew to serve in public office, but I am the first Sicilian Cajun Jew. And when your name is Joseph Ignatius Jeruso III, people don't realize that you're Jewish. And so it's been a very interesting existence to be able to go through two different worlds, particularly New Orleans, that is so Catholic and having almost a papal name, but at the same time having a mother who is Jewish, which both by right and by my choosing makes me a Jew. It has taught me not only to respect the fact that you can have diversity of opinion and there can be two truths for people, but the fact that there are things that are often said in other rooms when people don't know who and what you are. And I want to thank in particular this Councilmember Morel, but also noted that we are a majority African-American council, just as we are a majority African-American city, that this resolution in my mind has more significance emanating from Councilmember Morel than it does from me, because it shows the support that the community has for each other. And I would say, while I obviously am not the monolithic voice for the Jews in the city, that Jewish community still feels marginalized, notwithstanding the gains that by and large Jews have obtained. We know that there are positions of power, whether they're political, whether they're professional, whether they're philanthropic, but there are still rooms and doors that are closed. And obviously, as Councilmember Green and Councilmember Harris pointed out, targets just by virtue of the fact that you have a different religion. And Councilmember Harris is exactly right. I am firmly aware from my mom is serving as president of the synagogue that you have to have a security plan for the synagogue now. And it is now not only something that is part of the DNA of what you need to think about, but is now an incurred cost that you have to have in order just to go worship in the place and the God that you believe in. So I want to credit this council and President Morrell in particular for showing support to the Jewish community here in New Orleans. And hopefully it also sends a message that as we saw earlier with the special orders of business, that all people who either are marginalized or believe themselves to be marginalized know that they have friends and allies here in the city of New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo, very eloquently said. I believe we have one online comment.
This is from Lindsay Friedman, representing the Anti-Defamation League as a paid representative. As the U.S. Jewish community is experiencing anti-Semitism at levels not seen in generations, the Anti-Defamation League deeply values the New Orleans City Council for their proactive approach to combating anti-Semitism in our city and working swiftly to adopt the IHRA definition on anti-Semitism, which not only identifies but acknowledges the growing problem of anti-Semitism in our country. This matches the commitment the state of Louisiana made in 2022 with Resolution 202 and Mayors Landrieu and Cantrell's signatures on the mayor's compact combating hate, extremism, and bigotry. Since 1913, the mission of ADL has been to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and to secure justice and fair treatment to all. Today, ADL is a global leader in fighting anti-Semitism, exposing extremism, delivering anti-bias programming, and monitoring the fighting the spread of hate in our communities and online. As a leader in this space, the concerns impacting the Jewish community are reflected both in data that shows significant and disturbing increases in anti-Semitism in several key metrics ADL has tracked for decades, as well as an increase in real-world incidents of anti-Semitism violence and harassment targeting synagogues, schools, and communities. In January, ADL released top-line survey findings showing the highest percentage of respondents harboring extensive anti-Semitic prejudice in decades. ADL data also reveals that both anti-Semitic incidents and the distribution of white supremacist propaganda surged to historic levels in 2022. ADL received 3,697 reported anti-Semitic incidents across the United States, an increase of 36% compared to 2021. Data also shows a 38% increase in propaganda incidents from the previous year, with a total of 6,751 cases reported in 2022 compared to 4,876 in 2021. Incidents of anti-Semitic propaganda more than doubled, rising from 352 incidents in 852. In light of this continuous threat against the Jewish community, ADL welcomed the White House's first ever national security strategy to counter anti-Semitism, and with it, the rollout of resolutions like this one, working to directly reverse the normalization of anti-Semitism, build cross-community solidarity, and support collective action to counter hate. Should there be an opportunity to amend Resolution 277, ADL encourages the council to include the 11 contemporary examples of anti-Semitism as a means of strengthening the resolution. On behalf of ADL and the South Central Regional Board, thank you, council members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas for your courageous leadership as together we celebrate the strength and diversity of our community.
Thank you. I see no further comments. I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The resolution is adopted.
Council members, we need to go back to page 46 because there's a statement I need to read into the record. Motion line over M23 AA. The statement needs to, according to Rule 34, this matter is being continued indefinitely pursuant to Rule 34. It will not appear on any further agendas unless requested by the sponsoring council members.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for that clarity. Do we can vote on that?
No,
Okay.
I just needed.
At this time, I'd like to recognize Councilman King for a moment of personal privilege.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Council President. Recently, there was a Cypress Park Apartments in Algiers. The new owner attempted to evict several tenants who were living there illegally in unsanitary conditions. And it's about 32 individuals, some families, some young children. And Mr. Nathan Fields of the Homeless Services is asking for city money to help temporarily find housing for these individuals. And before that money is approved or moved around, I just want to make the public and the council know that what is happening and the request to temporarily house these individuals so that they're not on the streets in the future. So I want to make that clear and make that very transparent to the public and to the council. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 49. We have motion M23-280 by council members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, authorizing the employment of Barasa, Houston, Cooperman, Freeman, and Savoy LLC as legal counsel for Council President J.P. Morel and Council Vice President Helena Moreno and their official and individual capacities for the purpose of intervening in and pursuing the council claim in Council of the City of New Orleans versus Edward Wisner Donation et al., case number 2022-6765, and any other case involving similar subject matter. The terms of the representation, including the maximum compensation payable in connection therewith, shall be as set forth in the recitals herein and in the professional services agreement authorized by motion M22-185 as amended from time to time.
Thank you. Mr. Burnside, you'd like to speak?
So there's sort of two different ways this can go, but I used to read the Bureau of Government Research's nice little brochures that they used to put out, and I used to enjoy that. There was one in there that talked about Stephen Perry's group over there. It used to be called something or another. I guess it's called New Orleans and Company now. It was interesting to see the interweave of where the funding's coming from and going to, because in one specific case, funding was coming from an organization that he was sending funding to. So politicians do very sophisticated things to breed dependency so that other people more or less have to go along or everything falls apart. Kind of like that contract for the health group at the not the hotel, Michael, at the jail. You don't have any other options, so we got to give them a contract. It wasn't fun. I happened to be lucky and read some of the originating documents, and I'm relying on my memory now, which is probably going to turn out to be false. But I think it was something about newspaper boys, policemen, and firemen. Part of what the Wisner Fund was supposed to have done was to fund a retirement house for these people who apparently were not paid very well 100 years ago. So even though the money flows not through the city council to the mayor, so it undermines the legislative power of the purse, but it came with certain assumptions that are now 100 years old or older. Firemen, the FTE average fire person is charging or costing the city $200,000 per FTE. So they don't really need housing anymore. So this is exactly the kind of thing that Councilman King just raised. These homeless people need money now, today, so that they can go into a hotel tonight, so that they can sleep in a bed. This emergency sort of funding was sort of what good Edward Wisner sort of had in mind when he tried to be nice to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comments. I'll move to approve. Second by Councilman Moreno. Please vote your machine. Oops, okay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion is adopted.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 23-286 by Councilmember Green by request, declaring the failure of the two HVAC chiller compressors at St. Bernard Recreation Center as imminent threat to life and property and a public emergency, and authorizing the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission to secure informal bids for the emergency procurement of two HVAC chiller compressor systems at an estimated cost of $40,000.
Members of the council, this motion is for an emergency HVAC chiller compressor replacement at St. Bernard Recreational Center, which is located at 1500 Lafayette Street. NORD has a summer camp there and an evening program at the center, and the facility is experiencing malfunctions with two HVAC chiller compressors. It's responsible for controlling the temperature in the main gym and also the area utilized by campers. They've attempted to fix the units internally, that's important, but to no avail. So to protect the campers and the public from the excessive heat during this time period, an emergency procurement is necessary. Again, that is an amount of $40,000, and it is required to go before the city council so that we can declare it an emergency. And I think that, as we know, in this period where we're having this heat wave, this is certainly an emergency. So I'm going to move for approval. We do have Mr. Alexis here. If anyone on the council should have a question, or any of the members of the public relative to the need that exists here, Mr. Edgar Alexis. Are there any comments?
I seconded already.
Seconded already? It's been moved by myself and seconded by Council Member Morrell. Mr. Alexis, I think everything is fine, so,
Thank you. Thank y'all.
well, let me get this vote through. All in favor? 5. Oh, somebody wants to speak? What are you saying? We have 5 votes. Okay, so that motion passes 5-0 to provide the funds for the emergency HVAC.
All right, thank y'all.
All right, thank you, Mr. Alexis.
At the top of page 50, we have motion M 23-287 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have motion M 23-290 by Councilmember King, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a zoning map amendment from S-RS Suburban Single Family Residential District to SB1 Suburban Business District on Square 2, Lot PT 27 in the 4th Municipal District, bounded by General Maya Avenue and Casimir, Zion, and Culver Streets. Municipal address 6505 General Maya Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is an individual who's attempted to bring a restaurant into the cutoff Lower Coast neighborhood. So I make a motion. We're gonna have a forum.
Properly second. Councilmember.
We got it.
Five years.
5 yeas, no nays. Motion approved.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M 23-291 by Councilmember King, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a zoning map amendment from SBS Suburban Pedestrian Oriented Corridor Business District to SRS Suburban Single Family Residential District on Square 1, Lot RB25 in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Staten Road, English Turn Parkway, Delacroix Road, and Willow Drive. Municipal address 1600 Staten Road.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This individual has attempted to downzone from commercial to residential. He recently spoke to the English Turn Neighborhood Association at the last meeting. Everyone present was in favor. For this time, make a motion to approve. Properly second by Councilmember Morrell. We have 6 yeas and no nays. The motion is approved. Thank you.
On top of 51, all matters, Motion M 23-293 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Public Works Committee. Motion M 23-294 has been deferred to July 13th and referred to the Public Works Committee. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Second. Please vote your machines.
That's my favorite suspension.
Five yeas, no nays, we're on first reads.
Ordinances on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 34,253 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district on square 450 lot X in the second municipal district bounded by Conti Street, Denville Street, North Norman C. Francis Parkway, and North Rendon Street. The municipal address is 3310 Conti Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 6622. Ordinance calendar number 34,254 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 20, 21, and 22 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to require security measures and crime mitigation efforts at parking structures and parking lots, principal uses, specifically within the use standards in sections 20.3.00, 20.3.001, and 20.3.002. as well as any related regulations, including section 21.5 to possibly require security measures and crime mitigation efforts for consideration include require on-site employees and parking lot attendants, adequate lighting and installation of panic buttons, emergency call boxes, and security cameras, and requesting consideration of whether certain parking structures and parking lots principal uses should be exempt, including those that are not open to the public, those that are locked or gated, and those below a certain number of parking spots or square footage, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1223. Ordinance calendar number 34,255 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Articles 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, and 28 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to create standards for affordable home ownership opportunities by amending Article 5, Article 26, and or Article 28, and any related articles according to the City Planning Commission, and to consider the community land trust model to define and create standards for affordable home ownership development, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 1423. Ordinance calendar number 34,256 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a reception facility in an HMC2 historic Marini Treme Bywater Commercial District on square 636 lot C and 10 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by North Claiborne Avenue, Parker Street, North Robertson Street, and St. Anthony Street. The municipal addresses are 1830 through 1840 North Claiborne Avenue and 2224 Parker Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2123. Ordinance calendar number 34,257 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance for the rescission of ordinance number 24,145 MCS zoning docket 5910, and to grant a conditional use permit to permit the expansion of an existing commercial use to exceed 5,000 square feet of floor area on square 236 lot 30A in the 2nd Municipal District bounded by Argonne Boulevard, Harrison Avenue, Marshall Fox, and Bragg Streets. Municipal address is 6300 Argonne Boulevard, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2723. Ordinance calendar number 34,258 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to amend and redeem Article 10 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments to add wine shop as a conditional use in the VCS Rue Carré Service District, affecting properties located in the VCS Rue Carré Service District and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 3223. Ordinance calendar number 34,259 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a wine shop in the VCS Rue Carré Service District with an extension in hours of operation and the rescission of ordinance number 16,427 MCS, zoning docket 1494 on square 13 lot 43 or 9 in the second municipal district bounded by Decatur Street, French Marketplace, Governor Nichols Street, and Ursuline Street. Municipal addresses are 1118 Decatur Street and 23 through 25 French Marketplace, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 3323. Ordinance calendar number 34,260 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a hotel in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on square 583, lot 5 or 7 in the first municipal district, bounded by South Broad Street, Bank Street, Kamara Street, and South Bergeron Street. The municipal addresses are 316 through 318 South Broad Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 3423. Ordinance calendar number 34,261 by council members Harris and Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the state of Louisiana Department of Public Safety and Corrections, Public Safety Services, Office of State Police, Crime Laboratory, the LSPCL, for a term of 1 year for the public purpose of continuing a previously established forensic science partnership by facilitating the selection and training of DNA analysts who may ultimately serve with the New Orleans Police Department, NOPD, as employees who analyze DNA evidence from crimes that occur in the city of New Orleans, is more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,262 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and Odyssey House, Louisiana, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of increasing harm reduction services and to provide treatment and wraparound support to individuals who have experienced an overdose in the city of New Orleans, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement from attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,263 by council members Moreno and Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the state of Louisiana Division of Administration, Office of Community Development, State, for a term of 5 years for the public purpose to provide resiliency and recovery efforts through infrastructure and economic revitalization in areas impacted by Hurricane Ida and other severe storms and flooding in 2020 and 2021 in the city of New Orleans, is more fully detailed in the CAA attachment hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,264 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to name the natatorium at Morris F. X. Jeff Senior Park, the George B. Rainey Natatorium, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,265 by Councilmember Thomas by request.
An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the law enforcement district, LED, of the parish of Orleans, state of Louisiana, represented by its chief executive officer, Sheriff Susan Hudson, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of constructing a new medical and mental health service facility, phase 3, at the Orleans Justice Center, OJC, in the city of New Orleans, is more fully detailed in the CEA form attached here to Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,266 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 162 through 155 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to extend the renewal period for expired certificates of public necessity, CPNC. Decree the reinstatement fee, allow for the reissuance of certain revoked CPNCs, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,267 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination to complete the remaining obligations for the Safety and Justice Challenge Sustainability Grant through June 2023, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,268 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination to complete the remaining obligations for the Safety and Justice Challenge Sustainability Grant through June 2023, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
It wouldn't have done it.
Ordinance calendar number 34,269 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent grant funds to the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,270 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent grant funds to the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,271 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds awarded by FEMA to the Chief Administrative Office for Municipal Traffic Court contents and supplies costs incurred during the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,272 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds awarded by FEMA to the Chief Administrative Office for Municipal Traffic Court contents and supplies costs incurred during the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,273 by council members Caruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate federal grant funds to the Mayor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness for Federal Emergency Management Agency reimbursable costs, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,274 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate federal grant funds to the mayor's office of Homeland Security and emergency preparedness for federal emergency management agency reimbursable costs, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,275 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to provide for the establishment of the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District in the city of New Orleans, state of Louisiana, comprised of the immovable property described in Exhibit B attached hereto, the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza site, designating the governing authority of Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District, providing for the publication of this ordinance and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,276 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around the Joe Brown Park located at 5601 Reed Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the NO Showtime Evergreen Showdown event on Saturday, June 17, 2023, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. This concludes the ordinances on first readings.
All right. Councilman Green has moved to adjourn, seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Mr. Jeruso votes yes. 5 yeas, no nays, we're adjourned.
So who, Ms. Green Thomas, and who else?